45 seconds. $30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, so of course I seen the merch critics crying the blues that nobody was helping.
That was the merch critics Facebook.
He does have a post about that as well, Bubba.
I know, but that's the merch critics Facebook.
Even Gary can't find it. Gene,
you gotta. Gene, let me go to words.
Dude, you gotta be friends with. I'm friends with Gene. How am I the only one that sees this?
That's all that matters to me, man.
We can't
the rest
be
of y'all
friends
can, don't worry about it.
So you're saying as long as you got Seth, that's all you need?
Yeah, you know he's on the top shelf.
Okay.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I forgot that I didn't do my hair today, so I needed a hat.
You got one?
So, yeah,
Okay.
and people probably catch that early screenshot of me looking like Grandpa Munster.
So the whole, no hat rule is, dead?
Yeah.
No, well, yeah. Just because I was...
We're aging out of some of Bubba's rules.
Well, yeah, we are.
It's a softer
Here's the deal.
Bubba.
Doing my... putting hair gel in my hair 5 days a week and then having to wash it out because I hate having it in all day.
You wash it out?
Yeah.
Before your, next shower?
Yeah, because...
He washes his head off in the sink after the show, Dan. I mean,
you start sweating and it starts getting in your eyes.
Well, if I go to work out, then all the hair gel goes to the cushion, on the weightlifting, machine.
Soul Glow?
It
also seeps into your brain.
Yeah, well, sure.
So, the LA Looks does.
Right.
What are you using?
Well, I use Dep, kind of like, I don't know, kind of like LA Looks kind of gel with Crew Polymade deal that you taught me how. Mm-hmm. I kind of do a combination and it keeps it in place.
Is mousse still a thing?
No,
it's not. Oh, okay.
We're out with hairspray.
I think mousse is out.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, sorry, I had no idea.
What do you use, Seth?
I didn't. Well, I had mousse way back in the day. I haven't actually done my hair in 20 plus years.
Just dial soap.
Yeah, but man, that's a.
So anyway, I'm gonna try to wear a hat 2 days a week just to keep. Because 5 days a week with hair gel, and then as soon as I get off the air, I take a shower to get it out. Because if I work out or do anything, anything, even if I sit in my recliner starts getting sticky, like the back of your, where your head sits.
Yeah, put some plastic over that furniture.
I mean, what do you?
My great grandparents had that.
I mean, do you guys? Dan, do you put product in your hair?
Yeah, every morning.
All right, and then do you just go to bed with it?
I sometimes do, and it does not get on my pillow. But I usually shower like right before bed.
All right, then. So then there you go.
But I still go through the day with it. It doesn't stick to like my seat at work. It doesn't stick. My car seats don't have like a Soul Glow spot. I mean, none of those things do. You probably shouldn't combine those gels. If you just use the one I told you to use, it doesn't like stick to things and it doesn't get in your eyes. And
so anyway, just putting it in 5 days a week is just not good for my hair. It's just not. So I'm just gonna try to like do a hat. Like tomorrow, I'll do my hair, and then, Wednesday I may not.
I'm writing all this down, by the way, Bubba. I'm excited.
Oh, okay, no problem. Lummy, you've been Lummy, I think you do stuff to your hair, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And Lummy, I'm mad at you, by the way.
I know. I'm sorry.
Very, very mad. Well,
Yes.
we're not going to talk about what he did, but we're going to talk about what he did. He did two things, and only one I'm mad about. So I needed some help over at Merch Crick's house that she's selling on Saturday. And I know Lummy had stitches in his head.
What?
So yeah. He had staples. Lummy had big ass staplers. Like legal brief staplers in his head, like 8 of them.
What happened?
Well, he was out cutting. He's such, God love him, but you know what he is? He's a lummy.
Yeah.
That's just what he is.
Is he a 62?
Well, boy, he's
That
about
one wasn't my
80.
fault.
I think he's an 80.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an
He's
82.
an 81.
It's an 80 and going down.
Yeah.
I mean,
80 and falling.
so he's cutting this tree branch down because, he's Johnny just not, Lummy, sell your house on a Ola.
No, it wasn't at all. It was in Lutz.
I know, but it's just like
I don't even do anything there. I got a company that does
so
it
you're
now.
saying you got it all dialed in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, buddy.
I was doing all that stuff at the Lutz house.
Okay. So
Yeah.
he's out there cutting some.
Isn't tree guys? Isn't that like a special skill you have to have?
Kind of.
Oh yeah, especially. But he does everything. Lemmy's a yes guy. He'll do anything, and he's such a nice guy.
Right.
But I was weed whacking.
Okay. Whatever he was doing, he was cutting down some little limb, and then that limb fell, and he missed that one, but then like another one fell right on top of his head to the point where he had to go to the emergency room.
Come on, man.
No, Lummy, am I
Yeah,
right?
well, I was weed whacking, and a branch hit me in the head. When I looked up, there was a different branch behind it from me lifting up, and it stuck in my head.
So it
Like a lawn dart.
Yeah.
for real. No, for real. For real. So he went like 10 days with staples in his head that we didn't know about. First of all, Lummy, I want this thing that happened over the weekend, and I want you to be more honest with your physical condition here at the show, because
Well, you had so much going on the past month.
Yeah, but
my
one
little
thing-
head
yes.
wound.
He really wasn't
Listen,
making sense a lot
I
last week,
do
Bubba,
have-
now that I think about it.
I do have a lot going on, but you are genuinely my friend.
Well, thank you.
And if you happen to have 8 staples in your head, I'd like to know about it.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Did you know about the 15 stitches in his back?
No, that's what we're getting at.
Oh.
So he doesn't. So I know he says, I can come over Saturday, but I can't lift anything heavy at all. I'm like, okay. Well, there's like just little boxes and just little things that probably weigh like 5 pounds, that I just need to be putting in this one storage unit, because we're trying to clean the house out because she closes on her house this week. That'll be awesome. And we'll be done with that. That's been taking up a majority of her time. So anyway, so I'm like, okay, well, we got because we had moved like a couch and a couple beds, and by the way, Bob Cook and Teese, and I think that was it, wasn't it, Lummy? Bob Cook and Teese.
One-Eyed Billy, right?
Besides you, and one-eyed Billy, and then Lummy. So Lummy was like, I can move like couch cushions and things like that. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's because of your head, right? Because of the staples in your head. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I get it. Like Dan, maybe if you were strenuously, picking up a one end of a bed, it could cause, I could see where it could cause, maybe to be lightheaded or something because you got these 9 or 8 medical grade staples in your head. I could see where you might not be wanting exerting, a bunch of pressure.
Well, you don't want to stir up any bleeding.
Right, exactly. So the last I've been told is that Lummy had 8 staples in his head. So we get there and we're working a little bit, and Lummy's moving couch cushions and little boxes and just, little trinkets. And I don't think, Lummy, we're really straining you at all.
No.
And then he goes, Merch Crick goes, Lummy, how's your back? And I go, what do you mean his back? She goes, oh my God, he had like a big section of his back for dermatology. They thought it was like maybe a cancerous little piece on his back. And I go, Lummy, we're right inside the house. I go, Lummy. No, we're in the garage, actually.
Yeah.
I go, Lummy, do you have a big hunk of skin that they cut out on your back and you got 8 or 9 or 10 stitches? Yeah. And I go, let me see it.
Did you have melanoma, Lummy?
Well,
I don't know.
So anyway,
no, it didn't.
So anyway, listen.
That's right.
Let me hear my story. So I go, Lummy.
Dr. Remy, like $100.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc. I think you guys are trying to get me off the Lummy trail here. So and then I go, Lummy, lift up your shirt. Let me see what you got on your back. Well, it's under a big bandage. I go, well, let me see how big the bandage is then. So he lifts it up, and on the side of his back is this big patch, like the size of an iPhone, where he's gone to the dermatologist, and they've cut a big hunk of skin out, which I could certainly understand why you wouldn't be lifting things at all. I don't even know if he should be lifting couch cushions, but I'm like, Lummy, when did you ever tell me about this? Well, I didn't, just because it's not a big deal, So, Lummy, I got instantly mad at him. I go, I would have never, your wife probably thinks I'm the biggest asshole because when you told me that you couldn't lift stuff, I told you still to show up because I'm assuming that all you have wrong with you is the 8 stitches in your head. Now listen, for everybody that's going to give me a hard time, Lummy's my genuine friend. So if I need some help, Lummy's there for me. So I don't want to hear everybody.
Yeah, you need somebody hauling those couch cushions on the weekend.
Exactly. I mean, Seth, that wouldn't have been above your lifting skill set. I mean, I could have actually almost even had you show up. I mean, it was not a big deal. And I love, Lummy lives relatively close, and I really had enough help with Bob Cook and One-Eyed Billy and Tease. So thank you.
So it's not it's not a long haul to his house, Bub, Lummy, from your house?
No, it's like he literally lives 12 to 15 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You're in the same hood.
like Lummy lives.
It's really easy for Lummy to get over there and spend his whole Saturday.
No.
Hold
on. And Lummy will tell you, Lummy will stick up for you that there literally was probably 45 minutes of work.
If that.
Like we were done.
Yeah.
In fact, so I yell at Lummy. I go, Lummy, you probably went to your wife and said, Bubba needs me Saturday from 9 till 10. And, that could be time you'd be spending with your family. Now, I would have never, and I hope Ashley's listening, I would have never had you come and even lift a couch cushion had I known about you had a big hunk of skin taken out of your back. Will you testify to everybody that you never told me about the iPhone-sized hunk of skin that you had taken out of your back?
Yes, you never knew. And I told my wife that, with everything you guys had going on, I felt like you guys needed, help being over there because she volunteered to come over and help too.
She would have been far more useful.
I know. Well, I told her just to stay home.
And then Lummy, and so I actually said this to Lummy in front of everybody. Lummy, go home.
Yeah.
Lummy, go home. He's like, well, no, there's a little bit more. I go, no, we got it. You go home and you tell your wife that I am sorry for asking you to be here today, but you also, in the same token, be honest with her in the fact that only thing I knew that was wrong with you was that you had staples in your head, and I know that I think they'd been removed. I think they've been removed.
Dr. Dan took those out for me.
And so please know, Lummy, had I know you had a iPhone-sized chunk of short meat in the back of your back taken out, I would have never had you show up. And that's why I stiffly, while we were in the garage, I'm like, Lummy, go home. And then Lummy going home is a big, long process, too. Well,
he has a slow goodbye.
I don't want to go because it seems like there's some more things no, there's nothing more you can do. We got it all. We're making one more trip over to the next house, and it's all just light stuff. Just go home, Lummy, please. Okay. And so he goes home. I hope that you went to your wife and explained to her, Lummy, that I did not know about your short meat that had been cut out of your back, and would have never made you show up, and I'm thankful for you showing up and doing what you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I explained it to my wife, yes.
what did you say to her?
I said that...
If she says, well, what are you doing home so early? You're only there 40 minutes.
Yeah, I said that there was a miscommunication. I did not explain to you that you thought it was just my head staples and not my back stitches, and she said, you're an idiot. And pretty much left it at that.
I hope she stuck up for me.
Oh, she did.
Because
She
I was
did.
like, I would have never, ever in a million years. Because if you see the patch they cut out of him, it's quite aggressive. And can I go to you, Dan? Are you? Listen, everybody in this building. If you're going to have any type of medical procedure, and Dan's not doing it, you need to let Dan know about it so that Dan can just know about it. He just knows about it and, can maybe offer some insight. Now, it may not be in Dan's specialty. Dan's not a dermatologist, but Dan,
sorta.
Well, you kind of are.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, Dan, is that no matter if Seth's dad was going to go in for a new heart valve or something,
then his wife calls me.
right? Then
His wife will contact me and ask me what to do, and I actually have helped with that because they had some medical issues, and she contacted me, and I gave her advice and helped.
And you often know the good doctors from the bad ones,
right?
You're like, you know what, this guy here.
Dan also was able to tell me what was going on in my family before I knew, since my mom reached out to him first.
I'm glad I could be the liaison.
Since your mom kayfabes you,
Yeah.
Dan has to go through Dan. But listen,
She has no shame contacting me, and I'm happy to help.
A lot of times Dan will be like, hey, listen, I know you think your shoulder guy's good, but let me tell you about this shoulder guy that does all the Bucks injuries and who's like the number one shoulder guy in town. And it may not be the shoulder guy you're going to. So maybe you go get a second opinion from the dude. But Dan, listen, no matter what you're doing. So Lummy, did Dan know about your dermatology issues?
Yeah, I told him about it.
On the backside.
Yeah, well,
that's the mistake.
Because I didn't really know what they were going to do.
Because
Dr. Dan told me to go to the medical clinic when I got my staples.
Did you show Dan the area that you were concerned about before you went to the doctor?
No, because I didn't. They did a screening on me when I was there for my other skin thing, and they took a chunk that day out, a little teeny one.
You're like a chick going to a car dealer for an oil change and walking out with a $2,500 bill.
Yeah, exactly. Transmission flush, new
It happened
tires.
to Romina a couple weeks ago. She went to Dimmitt for an oil change and walked out with an $1,800 bill. They were changing, battery fluid in her car TPMS things.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bull shiz. I was so pissed.
Well, I went.
You're like a chick that gets upsold at the 5-minute oil change.
No, because you're supposed to.
Next thing you know, you're getting your differential fluid flushed out.
She got her fluids flushed.
Your transmission fluid flushed, your radiator changed, spark plugs, new wires, whole 9 yards, Lummy.
Well, no, because you go for an annual check to make sure you don't have any spots on your back or bad moles.
Then you know what
you
you should have done? You should have said, show me the areas you're concerned about.
Oh, they did. They circled other ones.
Then the next day, you call, if it's not a Monday or Tuesday that you can show Dan, you can pick up your shirt and show him out in the hallway, or you just say, Dan, can I swing by the office today for you to look at a couple areas that my dermatologist says they're concerned about? And he'd be like, yeah, come on by at 1 o'clock.
Or send me a picture with the circles.
Or have Bubba take a picture of your big-ass gorilla back.
Have I ever said no to you, Lummy?
No.
So
I've been going them for like 30 years, so I just kind of take them at their word.
So they cut out a big section of iPhone on your back. They said was what? You don't even really take off your shirt that much in the summertime, do you?
I used to.
Oh, you?
Yeah. used to.
Yeah,
that's what man boobs do for you. Man boobs,
right.
they save you.
Yes.
I don't have any. I don't have any dermatology issues with my shirt off because I've had man boobs most of my life, and I don't take my shirt off in the sun.
That's right. Man boobs have saved me.
Man boobs. Well, you know what it does for you, and the overweight factor far exceeds what you're going to get on the dermatology, Willie.
Well, I agree, but but Lemmy, what I hate to see, and Bubba knows this from his mom. I hate to see these big holes or these big defects that some guys take for a benign lesion.
God, one time my mom had a dermatology issue. I think it might have been on her forehead or something like that. And she just went to a regular hack dermatologist who's not a plastic surgeon, who just wants to get, I guess, the whatever. They want to get the margins of this potential issue out, but they cannot reattach they don't have any ability to skillfully sew that area that they've taken out back up. Lummy, it's just like when you went to the emergency room and they used, like tarpon fishing wire on your face, eight big ass pirate stitches, and you went and Dan revised it with 48 of the finest Italian silk stitches known to man.
Yes.
And if you would look into the camera now, people will see that you do not have this big ass pirate scar going down your cheek. It healed because Dan took his time and didn't put 130-pound fishing test line in your face.
Yes.
Same thing with your back. Before you let him hunk out a big chunk of iPhone Willie, you should have just let Dan look at it. And Dan could have said, "Hey, you know what? Go to your place. Whatever. Or let me do it."
I showed him a picture of what it.
Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the size of it's a shit. That's beef brisket. I mean, he's not exaggerating, Bubba. I mean, that's giant. They took a giant thing out of him.
Lummy didn't even really need to be lifting couch cushions.
Well, how deep did they go? Like Lummy?
Fat.
Yeah.
They went down to the gristle.
Yeah.
They went down to the beef butt.
They love testing stuff. It's like $300 a mold.
What you do is, you got something suspicious, I do a little 2-millimeter punch.
So they did that. They did that.
And it came back what?
It came back that it was
what?
Something, I don't know. They said the cells were weird.
That's as much as I can play with regards to anything NFL.
There's nothing to really talk about the NFL until the Bucks play tonight, and then it's kind of a,
Well, I do have this report, as we now have Gene Lasker that's going against Walker in picks, and we could not. Now they picked the majority of the same teams. They had some different. They both picked Green Bay. They both picked Baltimore. They both picked Jacksonville. They both picked Dallas, Detroit, and Miami. They were different on the San Fran New Orleans game. They both picked Buffalo. They were different on the Seattle Pittsburgh game. They both picked the Rams. They both picked Arizona. They both picked the Colts. They both picked Philadelphia. They both picked Atlanta. They both picked Tampa for tonight. And then they differ on the Chargers in Vegas. And that's what it comes all down to tonight. Gene is 11-3. Walker is 11-3.
Really?
They both are laying on the Bucks, so that's a push. It's the difference in the fact that Walker picked Vegas and Gene picked the Chargers. So that's the difference for tonight, and a 3-year-old versus a grown man.
And Bubba, Walker is a little monster now. All he wants me to do is give him games to pick. I had to do it 7 times.
Really?
With all the
He's
helmets.
already turned into the degenerate gambler that his dad is.
He picked
He's already turned into the Next thing you know is going to come parlays. Next thing you know is going to become teasers, a whole 9 yards. He's going to do the money line. He's going to do the straight up.
Is this national anthem going to last too long?
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
7 times this weekend.
This weekend, what, Dad? Let's pick.
Yeah,
right?
you bring the helmets over to me. So I got the division. He picked the division winners. He picked who's going to win the Super Bowl. And then I just had to start making up games. He gave me all the helmets, and we had to go through every helmet.
Just make up games.
Yep, every time.
Now, who does he think's going to win the Super Bowl?
He picked the Bills.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not really that.
Out of all the helmets, he picked the Bills.
That's really not that far of a leap.
That's 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
I was surprised.
How did everybody's weekend go?
Good. I went shopping in the mall yesterday, and
you went shopping?
Yeah, I took Sophia.
Took your daughter.
We were going to go to Pop-Up Bagel, and it was like a line down the block. And she's like, "Let's just go to the mall." So we went to the mall, we ate, did a little shopping, and now I too have perfect genes.
Oh, she told you that your jeans were whacked?
No, but we went to American Eagle, and I got some Cindy Sweeney type baggy jeans.
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I do not. I don't wear
you
jeans.
living under a rock?
I don't
hot
wear.
chick with
I
the
don't
big
wear.
boobs?
You did talk about the girl that pissed off everyone with my I have perfect jeans.
Oh, okay.
You
So
don't talk about the blonde cute girl?
Yes, I knew.
Yeah,
who
so now I can say I have perfect jeans.
Now that you say it that way, yes.
Okay, that's the only reason I did it, just to support her and that cause.
So many disturbing Charlie Kirk things that happened this weekend. As you know, of course, what did he die on Wednesday? Wednesday the 10th.
Yeah.
And I think his wife had a little 3-minute thing that we're going to play today, and then the absolutely barrage of people that are saying he deserved it. And what you know what I like now? I like scrolling through TikTok and looking at the people that have lost their jobs because they went on and laughed or said that he deserved it, or just various very disrespectful things. Now, as much as he's covered under the First Amendment, they are too, but your employer, most states have a right to fire under any conditions, and they don't necessarily want that message, associated with them. You laughing about Charlie Kirk dying, you saying that he deserved it, and various things like that. So now, as much as that was prevalent right after Charlie's death, the people that were saying those things got doxxed. Their work was made available of their comments, and a lot of them have lost their jobs.
The irony of it all, Bubba, is all those people that are saying that he should have died are also so against the death penalty. So they'd rather you save a hardened criminal that may have murdered 4 people, but they have no problem with Charlie Kirk, who says things that they don't like, dying. That's the hypocrisy of the whole movement.
I'll tell you what I was most upset with, and that was there's this African American dreadlocked guy, which I'm not trying to say that an African American dreadlocked guy can't be the president of the Oxford. Now, arguably, Oxford over in England, Oxford University is one of the most prestigious. I mean, more so than Yale, more so than Harvard, more so than Cornell, more so than most Ivy League. Oxford University
nicest in the world.
Is considered the highest college/learning establishment in the world. It's recognized as the best in the world.
Mm-hmm. They have Cambridge, which is like second place.
Right.
Then
Now,
Oxford and then Cambridge. It'd be like Harvard and then like Yale.
Now, Dan actually studied on like a 2-month internship, or went over and did 2 months.
It was just a little under a month. It was at Oxford, yes, for law school.
Right. It was so he went over to, he was admitted, he applied and was admitted to like a summer section over in Oxford for just a little under a month. And, that's, so you walked the campus, you saw how prestigious and just you saw the vibe of Oxford, and it's just like, it's unlike anything I've never been there, but from people that have been there, it is just, it's hallowed ground. It's where, I don't know how many prime ministers have come out of there. I don't know how many presidents studied there. It's just, it's the greatest higher learning institution in the world.
Yes. That
really, 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 really still prides itself on decorum and just, rule of law. And, it is liberal, yes, but they elected, and it's called the Oxford Union. When you're the president of the Oxford Union, that's the same as saying that you're like the student class president. I guess they call the class or the students the union. So if you're the president of the union, you are now the student body president of Oxford. And with that comes just, an unbelievable amount of respect and prestige and history. Lemmy, did you find me?
I sent you, a clip of him.
Yeah. I got
with his dreads, and
I got 2 clips to show. Now, did you see where the one clip, Lummy, where he actually at one time debated?
I'm looking for that one.
There was another time where he debated Charlie Kirk, and see if you can find that for me too. Now, this is the. Let me see if I can find him. That's a different story there, right there, Lummy. That's here he is. And this is the president of the Oxford Union, and what he says to me, and Oxford standing behind him. Oxford is standing behind his message of cancers must be taken out by any means necessary. Talking about Charlie Kirk. And Dan, you probably would have the most standing in talking about this. And let me see if you can find me there's this one video clip that I saw where Charlie Kirk is in a suit and this guy is in like short cargo pants and a t-shirt, and they're debating. They're debating back and forth. But I'm going to get to that next, so hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Good morning, Bart Hodgson, Jefferson, Charles Evelino, Kurt Merchant, Cankles, always the force word, creatines, what's up, Iggy.
I sent it to you, Bubba.
Got it. Rick James, Yankee Jib. Berto Perez, good morning. What's up, Cece?
Point after data point, and I would ask you the question: has the West grown stronger the more effeminate has become?
Okay. You said a lot.
Yes, that's how a Q&A works. You ask the question and I answer. So I am the speaker. You know that's how it works. Yeah.
Okay, so on your point about adolescence, I don't think adolescence is a generalization. We're almost saying that every young boy in the UK is like this. We're saying every young boy goes through this process. It's an example of what can happen when people fall into this kind of media. I think it's it's more of a story or warning to what can happen to people that, fall into these bubbles to your data point.
Pearson, Yinzer, Balcook, Rubbish, Big Arms, good morning, Tampa Terry, good morning,
Chris Drop Jones, 31 months.
Group
Sand Hill, 33 months. PNR Ryan, 51 months. Illinois Cat, 96 months. And Cohen, 23, 59 months.
Without strong men, then you.
Snap Nick, 7 months.
Duke. Gregory Carroll. Noel Greco. Wolf Gray. That's cool.
Folks, let me tell you about my good friend Todd Nettleton from Orcall.
Triple chin.
Very, very cool. What do you mean? Well, you are expecting you to give up choice.
Oh, Joe, she
I said that. Yeah, well, you said it.
civil case, just double or triple think about that, but they're very corrupt.
J-Lo, the cack. They're gonna call you the police. Just fuck you.
It's not about the South.
Dude, bro.
Dude, like, can you name one thing I believe that's fascist?
Oh, God.
I'll give you £1,000 right now.
No.
I'll give you
Ghost profiles fast. Good morning. Sophia was actually fun to shop with.
RTV? Oh, yeah?
International Mall? Yeah, she was cool. She got a couple things, nothing big. She was
Yeah,
like, yeah, those are cool, those are bad. She was like,
Bubba Gene had some great Facebook posts over the weekend.
Oh, did he?
Oh yeah.
I need to probably go to it.
Oh, I'll send them to you. I'll
Okay.
screenshot them all to you.
Okay.
He's tricky because he doesn't use periods, he uses commas, so it's really never really know what's happening. Which is even better.
So the kids got shot in a church by a guy wearing a shirt that said "Kill Trump." The church shooting, the guy had "Kill Trump" in his shirt. Like 2 weeks ago.
I can fly
Sit down,
higher
Jack. Terry, sit down, Jack.
than an eagle.
No, he was.
The Chiefs are breaking down. People should be happy about that.
On his gun.
Okay. Travis Kelsey.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Before I get into the Oxford University student body president, I wanted to give Dan his flowers because it's been since I was on 98 Rock and Dan started coming in. The Diacos were coming in on my show like once a month. I had like a 1 month rotation of him and Kevin. And, I had Dr. Mark and Regina for family law. And Dan and Steve and Jay. Actually, I don't know if you guys still have it up and going or not, but I know that you own the domain To and Talking.
Yes, for years.
And for probably nearly 20 years.
Yep.
And for 20 years, Dan and Jay and Steve had this, and it got to be very popular when we were talking about it, and that is, don't vaccinate your children until they're 2 and talking, because there's nothing that they give them at the hospital that they really need, including hepatitis B, including HPV, all these unnecessary stuff that, they're just shooting in your kid, your newborn child, at an alarming rate. And, they had this website, and To and Talking meant spread out your vaccinations. Don't start vaccinating till they're 2 and talking. Only do 2 at a time.
No, one at a time.
Sorry, only do 1 at a time. And if that means taking your kid to the doctor once a week for a month, then do so, and make sure that they're not mercury-based thimerosal preservative. That was what they were doing. And God, you guys are 20 years ahead of this particular curve. The Florida Surgeon General says decision to end school vaccine requirements wasn't based on data, but it goes on, Dan, and pretty much kind of aligns itself with what you guys were saying, and that is don't load your kids up with all these vaccinations. Sometimes they want to give them, 2, 3 at a time. Wait till have none at the hospital. 0. Do not vaccinate my kid at the hospital. And then I'll start the process as a parent at 2, and I'm going to use the 2 in talking. And so, Dan, it looks like the school systems now, under the Florida Surgeon General, says that they're going to end school vaccine requirements, as part of law.
Well, some of the laws have to be changed with the the legislative branch, but he did roll back 2, like you said in that article. There's 2 specific vaccines that he's rolling back on. The first is hepatitis B. And again, that's one of the vaccines I think is the most responsible for the modern increase in autism, because they're giving that vaccine to infants on day 0 with absolutely no risk factors. It's a big boy vaccine. And when they gave it to chimpanzees, if the chimpanzees were even a couple days premature, they didn't cling to their moms anymore. So there's no question in my mind.
That's hepatitis B.
That's hepatitis B
and
shot.
Again,
so
the only thing that you need, the only thing that not the only thing, but you're at risk and need a hepatitis B shot, and what it's for is if you are sharing needles.
Yep.
Having anal sex.
Yep.
And what's the other one?
That's about it.
Yeah.
So if you're not sharing needles and not having anal sex, and your mom does not have hepatitis, there's 0 chance of an infant catching hepatitis. 0.
Yeah.
So while we're sticking these kids at day 0 with these big boy vaccines, and those little babies are still developing their immune systems, is absolutely unconscionable.
And then the HPV is the sexual wart, right? That's
right.
What.
I think that's a crap vaccine too. But the other one that they're rolling back on is the chickenpox one. Now, Bubba, you had chickenpox.
Yep.
You didn't die.
No.
So did I. I didn't die.
They had chickenpox parties.
Yep.
When I was a kid, they would, like, one kid in the neighborhood, the kid in the neighborhood, in my particular neighborhood, was Greg Hughes, and he got chickenpox, and his mom's name was Janine, and she called all the moms and said, I just want to let you know, Greg's got chickenpox. So they hauled us all down there to play with him for the day. Like, we had to play with him, and I think they made us take our shirts off or something like that, and not roll around,
wrestle in the mud.
Yeah, but just be roughhousing and things like that. Sure enough, me, Brent Marshall, 2 of the Moore boys, Todd Richardson, they all got. We all had chickenpox because we got them from Greg, but they did it during the summertime. That way you wouldn't miss any school. And I think what did chickenpox last? A week?
Yeah, a week, 10 days.
And they're just these little festers that you get all over your body, like you've been bitten by, massively bitten by mosquitoes, right? They itch like hell, and then you never. It's a phenomenon, I guess your body does. So once you get them once, Dan, you never get them again.
Arguably, yes. That's the typical progression of the disease.
But you
can get shingles as an old person.
Yeah.
But you still can with the shot.
Yeah, I mean, true, but they don't do chickenpox parties anymore. They just they just jab you.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, man, they said hey, come get chickenpox.
The schools freak out about that one though because it spreads so easily.
Chickenpox.
And yeah.
Well, I heard the schools got a bigger issue with lice. I heard lice is a big problem.
We can't vaccinate for lice.
You can't, can you?
And you know what's interesting is lice like clean hair, not dirty hair. So it's not the dirty kids that get lice; it's the people with the clean hair.
We had a lice outbreak one time in 4th grade, and we had to these guys literally were in 4th grade, and they come with these fumigation suits on, and we had at that point these open this area where you would hang your coat up, put your boots if it was wintertime, you'd have a pair of snow boots to go out and play, and then you'd line them up really, really nice underneath your coat, and then if you had mittens or gloves and a sock hat. See, back in the day, man, they didn't say if it's 31 degrees out or it's 25 degrees out that we're having recess inside. You only had recess inside when it was raining. That's it. If it was cold or whatever, your mom and dad had to send, cold weather gear, but the fumigators came in and sprayed all of our stuff down because
with like DDT. I mean, what did they spray it down with?
I don't know what they sprayed it down with, but like this, they had these big fire extinguisher foggers that they went and sprayed all of our boots, our jackets, our head socks, our gloves.
Yeah, good thing that stuff doesn't cause cancer.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying.
half the town's dead.
And then the nurse came in and with gloves on, 2 or 3 nurses came in and they went through every kid's. You had to sit there at your desk and they would go through your hair. They would literally pick through your hair like a monkey. And then they would say, we need, such and such and such and such. They would pull you out of class, which is basically saying you got lice.
Public shaming.
Yeah, I mean, and there was like, they would pull like 6 people out of, and then they would fumigate their area, like their desk. And remember back in the day when you had you had a desk and then you could open it up and the inside of it was where you kept all your stuff?
Yep.
Well, they would fumigate all that. And then, nobody would get lice then once they identified who the carriers were, and once they DDT'd all of our stuff. Well, nobody got lice.
Strauss TV, $20.
Is any of your kids like? Is there a lice problem at Sammy's place or any of your? Have you guys heard about lice at all?
No
lice.
We had it at our school about 10 years ago. I remember there was a big outbreak, and we literally had a specialist come to our house and make sure that no one had it, and then comb everyone's hair with oil, baby oil, or maybe it was
mineral
oil.
I think it was mineral oil.
Mineral oil or olive. I don't remember what it was. It was some weird oil, and really the only thing that worked was the prescription lice medicine.
So one of the first times that Charlie Kirk went to Oxford, he listened to all these professors. Some of these, now if you're a professor at Oxford, one would think that you're pretty damn smart.
Yeah, there's a huge disconnect, I think, between the Oxford elite and most of the people in England. And I noticed that while I was there and going to the pubs at night, because we were in the middle of Brexit, and all the learned people were against Brexit, and all the guys that actually had a job and worked were for Brexit because it was protecting their jobs.
Well, Charlie Kirk went there on a turning point gimmick, and he listened first intently to these professors that had USA or messages about our country or about him, and then it was his opportunity to talk, and he absolutely just owns them.
I'll give you £1,000 right now if you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was deported.
Hold on.
I'll give you $1,000.
Within this Oxford professor's presentation, it talked about how the U.S. had deported, or some U.S. citizen had been deported from England or something like that, and Charlie opens up with that.
I'll give you £1,000 right now if you could tell me the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. You said that twice.
And so this is the professor.
Yeah, the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Can anyone tell me? £1,000. I'll give it to you right now. Yeah, name? Wrong, not a U.S. citizen. Citizen of El Salvador. Anyone else? U.S. citizen deported under Trump. Nope, that was a lie. You should know better than that. You go to Oxford. So that is a correction. Number 2, can you tell me when it comes to...
Man, Dad, he's a prick, is he not?
I love his delivery.
Charlottesville, something that you said when Donald Trump said that there were people on both sides. He was actually talking about the statue debate, not what you said. So that's a hoax. That's line number 2. You said that somebody over here said something about Pete Hegseth being nothing more than a TV host. You should also mention that he was a service member of the military. Nope. Sorry, I'm going to talk uninterruptedly. Thank you. Service member and was a decorated war hero. Funny you didn't mention that. Finally, the Donald Duck, really, what was that all about? What is this jar? I have no idea what you're talking about in the back of the room. It's completely lost on me. So I don't know what that's all about. Also, on the Canadian border, the professor failed to mention that the Canadian border was closed. President Trump said fentanyl, and the amount of terrorists that are coming across the Canadian border, of which the most terrorists that come into America come across the Canadian border on the terrorist watch list. You did not mention that. And finally, Professor, you never heard of it in South Africa. Interesting. You never heard of that. The fact that a major political party in South Africa says, quote, kill the Boers, I would expect more of somebody who wrote a dissertation and teaches here at Oxford to say that you would not know about the attempted slaughter and genocide of white South Africans. I never went to university. I take that as a great compliment. So therefore, everyone who went to university should be able to run circles around me. You'll be the judge, but I'll do my best.
God, he was so... I mean, when you're going to Oxford and owning people, you're pretty... Did you know he never went to college?
Yeah. Well, I think he went for a little bit and dropped out.
Yeah, he's like, he went for, I think, a semester. And
so here is the guy, the Oxford student body president that Charlie debated.
And I would ask you the question, has the West grown stronger the more effeminate has become?
Okay. You said...
This is the president of the Oxford Student Body Union.
A lot.
Yes, that's how a Q&A works. You ask the question and I answer, so I am the speaker. You know that's how it works.
Okay, so on your point about adolescence, I don't think adolescence is a generalization. We're not saying that every young boy in the UK is like this. We're not saying every young boy goes through this process. It's an example of what can happen when people fall into this kind of media. I think it's like, and it's more of a story or warning to what can happen to people that, you know, fall into these bubbles, who don't find the help that they necessarily need, that can turn violent. And like, this is a perfect example of toxic masculinity, in which the boy feels like he's not affirmed in his masculinity and takes that out on women. Like,
that's what we're talking about at Oxford University.
Is toxic masculinity.
Toxic masculinity. That's what you're talking about, and arguably the greatest learning advanced learning, the greatest college in the world, the most prestigious college in the world. We're talking about toxic masculinity.
You should be talking about toxic reverse racism.
We've also then seen, like, within men, like, the largest contributor to, like, men's deaths right now is male suicide. Like, but I would argue that is not a factor of feminization, but instead a factor of masculinity. The idea that men can't be in touch with their feelings. You talked about a feeling-first approach being effeminate. So men are simply not allowed to engage with their feelings at all. Like, men not allowed to talk about their feelings. These are large contributors to a massive problem within men's spaces that lead to what is the highest contributor to men's death, suicide. And I think this idea that, you know, men simply go back to work and if they're economically assured, then suddenly everything is fine. And, you know, men's mental health was never an issue before, like the 90s or whatever it was when we used to start affirming men's mental health, I think is an unfair... It's an unfair point to make, and I think it...
All right, so enough of that, Lummy. That's the guy. Here is him, I guess, in a formal... This is the way he addressed, you know, in a formal type setting at Oxford as the student body president, and this is what he has to say.
May I say something before he even talks?
Yes.
I think his outfit's disrespectful to the institution if everyone else is wearing ties and suits and he's wearing, you know, no tie, he's wearing necklaces outside of his shirt and a do-rag. That to me is someone that just completely disrespects the system.
Comes from a person that actually attended this place.
Right. And like, he is more important than the institution.
I think
to him.
I agree with you.
It's narcissistic.
To effectively create change in the world we desire. And side prop will argue that at times there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too aggressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary. To effectively create change in the world we desire.
Yeah, it's interesting that he can say that, but a local can't walk around England with an English flag without being accused of being racist.
Supposedly, Lummy, they Oxford has stood by his statements, and then finally, I guess maybe the world caved in yesterday of that being massively distributed, and they're going to address it sometime today. Oxford University are going to address that, you know, today. I just don't get it. Hello.
He weighs about 80 pounds.
Hey, Bubba, this is Doug Clem's Mistake. How are you, sir?
Hi, who's this?
Doug Clem's Mistake.
Okay. Yes.
YouTube.
Yes. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
Good. By the way, let me then. Today is the 813-90 Bubba, 813-902-8222. this would have been the first weekend that people could have watched the documentary. Video killed the radio star. I put up a watch post on our Facebook. I think I have over 200 comments of people that will have watched it. Call in as well if you'd like to discuss what you saw. It's really the first opportunity we've had since it's been out. So continue. Doug Clem's Mistake, what do you got for me?
First of all, the documentary was excellent. You did a great job. Everyone involved did a great job. But I had a question for Seth, if that's possible.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Seth, now I got my flex position tonight. I got Ashton Genty or Bucky Irvin. Who do you think?
Talking, Seth, about fantasy football and his flex.
I'm perplexed about how that's a decision for you. Gosh.
It's really not. It's Austin Genty pretty much, but it's just the matchups. What do you think?
Well, who'd you play at running back ahead of those guys?
I had the guy from Williams from Dallas.
Oh, Javonte Williams.
Yes, sir. I got lucky picking him up just out of the random.
All right.
And then I got Saquon.
Okay.
I picked 2 running backs in the first round.
Lummy, what do you? You're a Bucky
Gentry.
guy.
I just Gentry.
You Genty?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, do Genty.
Yeah.
Genty.
All right.
Thanks,
buddy. Man.
Thanks.
But don't play Javonte ever again.
So
Bucky's going for $150 tonight.
Within our state now, it looks like it's official, and I don't know how I feel about it. And that is open carry, and that I call that I call that cowboy carry because you literally now can have a visible gun in a holster on your hip. And there are some limitations, sporting events. I think places. I don't know if places of worship are that.
We're allowed to carry a gun into a church in Florida.
I know that you can't on a college campus.
Nope.
You can't at there are some limitations.
Hospitals, political stuff, schools. I think government buildings.
I think bar establishments that don't have food,
correct, that
are just straight alcohol, just like a complete, just straight bar. I think you can't there, but I don't know if I like it.
No.
What's the Hillsborough County specific rules on this?
Now, let me. Are they allowing counties by counties to have a say so on what they allow and what they don't?
I believe so, and that's what I believe the controversy is. That it's each county.
2024. So it's not it's a state law that the state has said, okay, we have no problem with you on the county level voting as to whether you can have open carry or not.
Prepare for
which that would be a little confusing because let's say that one county, allows it, and it's not uncommon for us to go, travel county to county. Let's say Pinellas County allows it, but Pinellas, Hillsborough, doesn't. Wouldn't that be kind of a problem? And the fact that, you're allowed to carry it in one county, but you can't carry it in the next. Right? I mean,
that will trigger a law. When you have different counties and different jurisdictions having different laws, there needs to be a statewide law to override that.
What would not get you arrested at Seth's place will get you arrested at Lummy's place.
That's right.
Well, this week provided a big win for gun rights supporters. A Florida appeals court ruled the state's nearly 40-year ban on openly carrying firearms as unconstitutional.
A bunch of cowboys. What was wrong with having it just concealed? I really like the concealed factor of it.
I think,
but whether
Bubba,
you can immediately open.
Don't you think, Bubba, that if you're a bad guy and you go to a mall and you have no idea who is, you're going to be more likely to bust out your gun and do something stupid than if you see 1 in 20 people with a big gun on their hip. You ain't going to do nothing.
Carry without getting into trouble depends on really where you are. Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo breaks it down for us.
Florida now joins most of the nation on openly carrying firearms. Wednesday, the 1st District Court of Appeals ruled the ban on open carry in the state unconstitutional.
And what this court has said that the history and the traditions of our country is purely a Second Amendment argument, and it's unlawful in the state of Florida to ban people from carrying their firearm openly.
Tampa defense attorney Anthony Rickman tells us it throws out a whole category of crimes. Now the state is dealing with what comes next.
Really, there is a split in the circuits or within the counties of our state in how this law is going to be enforced.
Here in the Tampa Bay area, sheriff's offices in Citrus, Pasco, and Hillsborough counties say their deputies will not enforce the open carry ban effective immediately. But sheriff's offices in Hernando, Pinellas, Polk, and Manatee counties say they are waiting until September 25th. There's a 15-day period for the ruling to go into effect.
Well, I think
No, basically what they just said is after there's certain counties that are going to force it now that you cannot do this until the 25th. While there are other counties that will be like, hey, it's coming on the 25th. We're not going to even start. We're not even going to worry about it if a guy starts carrying it now. I think that's basically what they just said. But, I mean, I don't think.
They sure did. And if you got in trouble in one of those counties and you took it to court, you'd win.
As it stands at the moment, it is still technically illegal.
But I think after the 25th, it's wide open. It's wide open. I don't think any county can say you can't do it.
Is there a good chance that...
I think the only whodunit they got right now is for 10 days, which counties aren't going to let you be a cowboy.
But if they didn't, like I said, if you were in those counties and you got in trouble and you appealed, you brought it to court, it would be like, okay, it's already been overturned.
And you kick the can down the road so that you don't go in front of the judge until the 30th, right?
Right.
That decision will stand and it'll be honored statewide. Yeah, there's definitely a good chance of that. But talking with our local state attorney's office, nothing is really decided prior to...
And Dan, the courts, you can't get anything in front of a judge for 10 days usually anyway. Like stuff like this. Like you can go emergency hearings and things like that, but if somebody would get arrested in Hernando County tomorrow, by the time it gets to the state attorney and, all this kind of... I mean, we're in the middle of October.
To the 25th of this month.
Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis says there are still limitations and gun owners should be aware.
If you're going to carry a firearm and you're proficient in a firearm, we have a class here in Hernando County. We call it SAFE. It's Situational Awareness Firearms Education. It's a full day class. We talk about the legal ramifications of carrying a firearm, being mentally prepared to get involved in a deadly force confrontation.
And he cautions anyone who plans to openly carry.
I've said it many times in that SAFE class that if you're open carry...
Man, what's this going to do for gun sales? Oof. Man, right?
Go through the roof.
I mean, realistically, you probably still got to wait if you don't have a concealed weapons permit like I do, and I think, Dan, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Lummy, do you have a permit?
Yes.
Macho, I don't know if you got one or not. But I do. The luxury of having that now just basically means you can go to a gun store and buy a gun today, right now.
Wear it out. Wear it on your way out.
Whereas I think it's a 10-day waiting period now.
I believe it's 7.
Okay, but anyway.
7, but it's only business days. So it ends up being like a week and a half.
So anyway, I think, that's the only limitation now of being non-permitted or don't have one of those licenses. You just can't. You can go to a gun store, and if Seth wanted to buy, this gun right here, like I said, Seth, that looks good on you. He just have to wait a certain amount of days, and then on the 7th business day or the 10th business day, he can go pick it out. Maybe this pink one would be good for you, Seth. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
But, Sethy, how are you going to feel if you're, at IHOP and, 3 guys have big guns on their hips? Are you going to feel more comfortable or are you going to feel more uncomfortable?
I mean, I already assume most people have guns on them anyway. Right. So, yeah, it's not... I don't think it would really change how I feel at all.
Seth's taking takeout. He's getting takeout.
So it's not going to bother... So if it's not going to bother Seth,
no,
then it shouldn't bother anybody.
Right.
Seth's a good thermometer for that.
To have your gun taken away, and weapons retention is a critical thing.
Rickman says the court interprets open carry as a possible deterrent to crime, and the decision has bigger impacts in the courtroom.
It affects how stand your ground cases are being handled. It's going to affect how self-defense cases are looked at.
Reporting in Tampa, Brianna Arredondo, Fox 13 News.
I sent you, Bubba,
the Attorney General says his office fully supports open carry,
it.
while Democratic lawmakers criticize the decision. The court's opinion comes from a challenge to the ban after a man was convicted of openly carrying on July 4th, 2022. And
what'd you send me?
A list of where it's illegal to carry it, just so the...
as far as after the 25th,
yes.
If you want to open carry, These are here's the ins and outs of what you need to know.
It just says, you have to right there.
Should I just go here?
Yeah.
All right, Ari. Yeah, this could be helpful for a lot of people that are listening to this show right now.
Because you don't want to accidentally get in trouble. This is super important,
right.
guys.
All right. Areas where open carry is illegal, meaning this is where you cannot. Now, Dan, what if you have a concealed weapons permit? Is it still the same?
Almost all these laws are the same for that.
So
yes.
they both mirror each other.
They should be very similar.
Any police, sheriff, or highway patrol station. Duh. Any jail, facility, prison, or anything like that. I mean, again, a lot of these are no-brainers.
Those are all government buildings.
Right. Any courthouse, excluding specific permissions for judges. So, yes, judges, as I do agree, judges should be able to be strapped.
Yep.
They should be. Any courtroom, with the exceptions that judges can carry concealed weapons and decide who else may also do so, like their bailiffs and things like that. Any polling places where you cast a vote. Okay, that's good to know. Any meeting of government body of a county, public school district, municipality, or special district. So, like any of those meetings that Alex Stein goes to.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Any meeting of Florida legislature or its committees. So, like the state house in the state senate. Any school. Here's something that you need to know. Any school, college, or professional athletic event that is not firearms related. Like if you're going to a shooting clays, clay pigeon competition, obviously you can carry your gun, or a target practice kind of deal. But there's not a lot of those. So basically any sporting event, any elementary or secondary school facility, including the administrative buildings. So no schools at all, including if you're just going into the office to talk to the principal or pick up some papers for your kid, leave your gun in your car. Any career center, vocational training institution, or similar facility. Any designated area within an established license to serve alcohol beverages for consumption on the premises where the area is primarily devoted to alcohol. So like Applebee's and, stuff like that serve alcohol and food, you're good. But the Roundup, I'm not the Roundup, but the Dallas Bowl,
not allowed.
That's just a nightclub, not allowed. Any college or university facility, unless the individual is a registered student, employee, or faculty member carrying a stun gun or non-lethal electric weapon specifically designed for defense purposes. So they're saying that, if you don't attend that college, you can't carry nothing. If you do attend that college, whether it be faculty or a student, you can carry a less lethal. That would be Seth, where you'd carry your bear spray.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good, I like that.
Inside the passenger terminal and sterile area of an airport. Everybody knows not to take your gun to any type of airport. Any location where carrying firearms is explicitly prohibited. Now, it doesn't say anything about a bank.
No.
It's not illegal to carry a gun into a bank or into a church.
Yeah. Yeah,
But you can't do federal buildings. You can't do anything related to schools. You can't do sporting events. You can't do political events. And, otherwise, there's a lot of places you can carry. And you can certainly carry from your home to your work as long as you're not a teacher.
Well, you could even carry it as a teacher. You just got to keep it in a car.
Right.
You can carry it with you.
And there was laws. There was a case in Florida years ago, back when I was in law school, that said that they can't. And I'm not sure how it's being adjudicated now, but that they can't get you for having a gun in your car in the parking lot at a college. If you bust it out, yes.
I got to think.
If it's in your car, they can't.
I got to think if you just traveled there with it and did not exit the car with the gun, and the gun was secured in your car,
then that's deemed okay.
Here's the other thing. When the cops pull you over now, having it sit there on your seat, before it had to be concealed in a glove compartment or the middle console, and a lot of times the ammunition separated from the gun, it looks like now, if you're allowed to carry it on your hip and you can't get in your truck with your hip holster because it's going to tear up your upholstery, if you would take off your hip holster and just put your gun in the passenger seat, it looks like that now should be okay. Because, right? I mean, if I'm allowed to carry it while I'm driving on my waist, why can't I just take my holster, and put it on the seat? Now,
you can.
You would need to, as soon as the police officer walks up, have all your windows rolled down and tell them, just want to let you know that I have a gun in the passenger side. What would you like me to do? And they will be, listen, if you communication is key when it comes to open carry or even concealed carry. Communication with law enforcement is key. If you tell them what you got and where it is, they will be so cool with you and be so thankful that you're being responsible for telling them. And then you say, what would you like me to do? Would you like me to exit the vehicle while you secure the gun? Would you like, and most of them will say, nope, I'm good. Just keep your hands where I can see them. Give me your license and registration, and I'll be back in a minute. Because most people that are going to shoot a cop don't tell a cop they got a gun. And the police officers that I know, they're like, we're worried about that guy that's got one tucked in underneath his seat and doesn't tell us about it. That's the guy that's going to shoot me. Not the guy that says, sir, I have one in my I have a 9mm, Glock 19 in my middle console. It's in a holster. What would you like me to do? Most cops, 9 times out of 10, will say, nope, I'm good. I appreciate you telling me that. And, he's now looking for you to not make any sudden movements to your middle console.
So, Bubba, what would be your dress gun?
Probably an F&N 5.7.
That's the one you want to carry?
Yeah, because it doesn't have a lot of recoil.
It's 20 rounds.
And it's 20 rounds, and it's very, very lethal. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba. So, being a police officer, when I approach people that have guns in their cars,
did you hear what I just said? And am I correct on that?
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell them, you don't pull your gun, I don't pull my gun.
Right, but if you pulled up to me, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have all 4 of my windows rolled down. I'm going to have my dome lights on. I'm going to be way off the road. I'm going to be very mindful of your safety. I'm not going to be parked too close to the road. I'm actually going to be as much in the ditch as I can be. And when you roll up to me, when you roll up to me, I'm going to have all my stuff ready, my license, my registration, have my dome lights on, all 4 windows rolled down. And I'm going to say, officer, I have a Glock in my middle console. I also have my permit as well, but what would you like me to do with regards to securing that? And I think you probably would say, you know what, I appreciate you telling me, bud.
I would suggest put your windows down, turn your lights on, keep your hands on the steering wheel. When I walk up, tell me you have a firearm. And then when I ask for your license, registration, proof of insurance, then you reach for it. Don't go digging around in your car while I'm walking up.
Oh, I'm not. But usually I have my stuff,
really?
Sir.
No, that's something interesting.
But hold on, sir. I have my stuff all together, ready to be pulled over. That literally, as I'm pulling over and getting everything ready, rolling my windows down, and before I've even stopped, I've already got my stuff ready.
Yeah, you do. 95% of people don't.
I understand.
So going around when you get pulled over looking for your stuff to try to make it faster for the officer makes them sketched out?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, don't go digging around. Wait till I walk up to the car, have your hands on the steering wheel, put all the windows down. If it's dark, turn your lights on. If it's dark where we're going to pull over, I don't even mind if you go to the next gas station where it's more lit for your safety and mine. Just don't go digging around in your center console in your glove box until I walk up. And then I'll ask for your license, registration, proof of insurance, and then you get it for me. But what I wanted to call and talk to you about is there's a lot of places that will have no gun signs, like the mall. That's a rule, not a law. So, and I think Dr. Dan can help me with this. If you carry your gun in a mall, it's a rule, not a law. If they see your gun and they ask you to leave and you don't leave, you can get arrested for trespassing. You're not necessarily getting arrested for having a gun on you. It's because they've asked you to leave and you haven't.
So you're saying,
Same with the
if
theater.
it's not a place that, the state has, if it's not a school board meeting or an athletic event or a bar, and it's one of those fringe deals where the particular, so you're saying establishments, even though they're within the places you can carry, they have the right to say, no firearms. And at that point, you're not breaking a state law. You're just breaking their rules. And the only thing they can really do is to tell you to leave. And if you comply and leave, you're good. If you're Johnny, I'm not leaving, you can get trespassed.
Yes. And then that's how you get arrested for not leaving after being trespassed.
Right. Well, listen, if I walk into a place and I got a gun, I'm Johnny Cowboy, I got a gun on my hip, and they say, hey, we don't allow guns into our store, I'm just saying, okay, bud, and I'm leaving. And you know what? They're not calling the cops on me, and there ain't no problems.
And I'm all for the Second Amendment, and you carrying your gun. I won't make fun of anybody open carrying. I would never. When I'm off duty, my weapon is concealed.
I'd rather have people not. Yeah, I don't want people knowing what I got.
Exactly. Because if I'm at a convenience store and someone's coming in to rob the convenience store and sees a gun on my hip, I'm going to get shot first, and they're going to rob the convenience store. Just as an example, But I'm not going to.
But has that ever actually happened, though? Has that actually happened? Someone goes into a convenience store to rob it. They see someone else with a gun, and instead of walking out, they actually shoot the guy with the gun. Has that ever happened in this state?
Well, it can't.
No, because open carry hasn't been
any
allowed.
other state? Has that happened in any other state?
No,
has that ever happened?
You can't say it happened in Florida
somewhere
because the rule's not even in effect until 10 more days, so you can't give you any data for Florida.
The other 46 states have had it legal, and I'm wondering how often that's actually happened, where a bad guy goes into a convenience store to rob it, sees someone with a big-ass gun on his hip, and decides, I'm going to shoot that guy first and still rob the store. I don't think that's happened a lot.
I mean, Dan, I don't know where that study
is. You just said not a lot, but if it's happened once, that's one too many times, right?
Well, has it happened once?
Yeah, Dan, I'm sure it has.
I don't know. I will research it and let you know tomorrow. But I would
love to hear
it's happened somewhere.
I mean, it makes sense if you're in the robbing mood and, you're going to rob this 7-Eleven come hell or high water, and I roll in there and I see Johnny Cowboy with a 6-shooter on. I'm going to take him out first.
Yeah.
You're going to walk out of that store, Bubba, and rob another store.
I just think being concealed, there's a reason for it. I mean, and it's not just handguns on your hip. The sheriff in Marion County was talking about having an AR-15 strapped across your back, or a shotgun strapped across your back.
I mean, I guess
that's
when
open carry.
I mean, I guess when they say open carry, they don't say they don't say caliber. Only up to a desert. You can only have up to a Desert Eagle 50. They don't really.
Not just handguns.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Missile launchers.
AR-15, you could have
missile launchers.
50 cal.
Seth says he doesn't want a Glock 19, but he'd like to have a full-blown bazooka missile launcher if he could, please.
Seth couldn't handle 50 cal.
Seth could.
Man, hold on.
I got gentle ones.
I'm going to tell you right now, 50 cals are uncomfortable to shoot, period.
The Barrett 50 will kick you right in the pants.
I used to have a Desert Eagle 50, and it was not fun to shoot. It just wasn't.
Go shoot a Barrett 50 cal rifle. That's even worse.
Yeah.
I found 2 examples of a robber shooting a customer robbing the convenience store. Houston in 2019 and in Florida 2022 when a robber saw the customer had a firearm.
There you go, Dan, right in your own backyard.
That's 2 times.
Sir, thank you for your insight. I appreciate you.
Love you guys.
All right, man.
Day.
Thank you. Love you, no homo. Hello, you're on the air.
I hate you, Lomi.
Hello.
Nacho Man, you want to fight? Nacho Man? Nacho Man sucks.
Nacho Man.
That's a little guy.
Yeah.
He's gone off the
Is that the Massachusetts midget?
Yeah.
Seth, has he officially gone off the deep end?
Yeah. I think once he found out,
he was banned.
That Nacho doesn't like him.
Yeah, where the disdain is coming from.
Right.
It's actually coming from all of us. It's not
It
just
really
coming
is.
from
Macho Man may have started it, but man, we have quickly co-signed with him, Massachusetts midget. The minute I hear your little follow the Yellow Brick Road voice, I'm out.
You had a good 3-day run. I mean, every calling every day is not for everyone.
Right. It's just not. A lot of people, most people can't handle that.
No, and they shouldn't.
Right. Hello.
Good morning, Bubs. How are you?
Good. Who's this?
This is Beth Ann. I called a couple weeks ago.
Man, we got a great female.
Weapons.
What's that? You completely broke up.
Sorry, I have terrible service out in the country. I just wanted to weigh in the concealed weapons thing.
Okay.
I'm up here. You mentioned, but I think that a great thing about the concealed weapons is we're able to carry outside of, like, say, South Carolina. So I could go down to Florida and legally carry. So I think that's great. And the fellow that called in last time about the posted signs here in the state of South Carolina, it's got to be a certain height and a certain width, and it has to be posted. I think it's 68 inches from the ground up. So there's a lot of,
So
what kind of signs?
So South Carolina is open carry as well, and if there's an establishment that has a no gun rule, then they have policies as to how big and where their signs must be posted for the public to be able to see them.
Correct. So it would be a good legal stance in court, but I just wanted to let you know. But it is we are open carry here in South Carolina too.
Perfect.
So.
Perfect. Appreciate you.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You too as well. Thank you. Nothing's better than a chick that likes to open carry, right?
That's right.
Hello, you're on the air.
Bubba, what do you say? This is Scott from Delaware.
Hey, Scott from Delaware. How are you? The Delaware Blue as the Blue Hens?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, man. Your boy schooled us the other week.
Yeah, well, he didn't do so well this past weekend. He got beat. I think
Houston.
Dion's. I don't know if there's trouble in paradise, but he's He's 1-2, and
man.
He said he played. I think his official statement, Lummy, when he was walking off the field this past weekend, is they played like hot garbage.
Yeah, the defense definitely didn't show up.
So anyway, what do you got for me, Scott?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to congratulate you. I'm switching gears a little bit, talking about your film.
It's not my film. It's Walt's Films film. I'm just
understood.
Right.
Yeah. So a couple things. I like to be. I'm not going through the whole thing, of course, but I like the beginning. There's some stuff I didn't know about you. How that fella took you under your wing, and that's how you began your radio career. That was very interesting. I enjoyed that. I had to watch it again to put piece. It was long, so I had to watch it again to piece over. A lot of people
A lot of people have watched it twice just because it is long. It's quite lengthy, and to really, really get it and to really absorb, potentially something you may have missed the first time. I would recommend if you bought it to watch it again. You might pick up something that you didn't, or pause it a few times so that you can read some of the email back and forths and phone and various phone logs and things like that. So it does move when it starts breaking down some of the court documents and things like that. It kind of moves quickly.
Yeah.
So yes, I can see where you might want to watch it again.
I had a question about you about this, though. The only travesty I really see out of this is the fact that Matt Lloyd, I want to use his name, what a dick. Is there any way that he can be, can anybody decide to charge him, or is he just scot-free
Everybody,
out of this thing?
Everybody is scot-free. Statute of limitations has ran. The only thing that could potentially happen is maybe whatever company they work for, may find it not really cool and maybe get rid of them. I don't know. I doubt it.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I hope for a downfall for him because, you had your piece, but you know what? It's vindication for you, and I congratulate you on that. And continued success for you, and I'm here for you, brother.
Thank you, Scott Delaware. I appreciate you, bud.
10-4.
Phone lines are packed. We'll probably get to those when we come back. This lady, I forget, somebody sent this to us. I think either on DM or on Facebook Messenger or something like this. But
in our emails,
this woman breaks down I think it might have been Thursday or Friday, that TMZ, as they were reporting the Charlie Kirk situation and shooting, there was a period of time where the shooting happened, and then quickly thereafter, but it was a little bit of a time where the condition of Charlie was unknown. He wasn't pronounced, although any human being that saw the shot could see that it looked to me pretty. Dan, did you end up seeing it?
Yes.
It looked insurvivable.
It did.
Like it
looked immediately like it was a kill shot.
So, they were saying, now doctors have gone on to say that he probably died in less than a minute. And there was just, if that would have happened outside of the hospital, they could have not saved him.
Mm-mm.
Like it was a catastrophic hit on like the most catastrophic artery you could hit. And he was done. So there was a period of time from the time he was hit to the time that it was officially announced that he was dead. And we were watching, there's this big story that came out of TMZ, and as TMZ was live, they were reporting that Charlie Kirk had died. And you could hear in the background just all kinds of people in the newsroom, which is located right behind where they tape TMZ live, kind of in a glassed-in area kind of deal. People really, really, really celebrating something.
It was so obvious too, and it was as it was happening. You could even see. I'm not commenting on this that you're about to show now, but at the time when I was watching it, like I literally was watching it, and you could see the frustration in his eyes as he heard the laughter as he was getting the news. The laughter was literally the exact same moment.
He sent whoever the African-American guy with dreads, his co-host, I don't know what that guy's name is, but he sent that guy to the newsroom to shut everybody up because they were live. They were live on TMZ Live. They went on then and did this big okey doke where they were watching a car chase, a Los Angeles car chase, and that the newsroom was actually cheering at the car chase. Now, people have gone now and broke this down frame by frame, minute by minute, second by second, and it really, really shows that TMZ lied. They absolutely lied.
It looks like it.
They lied. The people in their newsroom were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death.
Yep.
There's no way to cut it otherwise. And I think Harvey Levin said that if anybody that would act that way wouldn't work for them.
Yeah, they'd fire him.
So
he should fire half his staff.
He needs to find out, because or you're a liar. And then they came out the next day and be like, some very unfortunate stuff happened, and we can assure you that anybody that would act that way wouldn't work here. And we're very, very sorry. It just happened to be very coincidental that they were celebrating and hooping and hollering over an L.A. County, over a Los Angeles Police Department car chase that just happened to be the very same time that the Charlie Kirk information came down. And they thought everybody was going to believe the big okey doke until, great people like this woman here. What is it? Queen Katrina?
No, the lady that did it is Peggy Bolton.
Well, good for you, Peggy Bolton. Because when I play it next, you're going to see how much of a liar TMZ is. What's that, Lummy?
Oh, and the black guy's name is Charles.
Charles.
Yes.
You can see, man, when they're hooping and hollering, Harvey sends Charles to shut him up. We'll do that next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Exactly. What's up, Kendall Hill? Rich 420, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. think. What's up, FF Medic? Good morning. Greg D, $20. Video killed the radio star documentary of the year. Thank you, Greg. Okay, flip low. What's up, Doug Sugar's Nerd? Yeah. Ian's got to recruit the defense a little bit better. I mean, Houston's no joke.
How do you guys feel about the public assassination? Excuse me.
What's up, Tiger Sugar's Nerd? Oh. What's up, LM Clothes?
LM Clothes, I need some more shorts.
More shorts.
Tommy Bomb.
Oh, man, Charlie Kirk. You know,
I'll start carrying
the
the,
family.
there's a show every day. Open carry. Triple F.
I made some stupid comments about Charlie Kirk on the day that he was shot. I said some things
It's time.
Reiterate that it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. That Charlie Kirk incited violence. That's what he did, and then that came back to haunt him. That was his decision. So it's got nothing to do with the people who are laughing and joking about him becoming a human water fountain. If you want some perspective, I would strongly recommend this book. If you haven't already read it, it's not even that long, but it's really insightful and helpful to understand why it's so important for us to be able to laugh in the face of terrible things. I think we're all beginning to understand that Netanyahu was never going to stop at Palestine, that none of this was our fault because nobody could have predicted what he was doing. He was playing a game of chess, and none of us knew that he was playing that game of chess. It's not our fault, and some people are culpable, and some people were pawns that are doing.
What's his controversy?
Yeah. And you start just thinking, I'm trying to get it all.
How do you guys?
But of course.
Excuse me.
It's quite an anniversary tied into.
I just figured because you haven't heard from,
I forgot what it was after. No, it was before 9/11, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
1 or 2 Heather spin.
Yeah, that didn't help him at all. Everyone came together.
You got some energy drinks in there?
I think I got. You need one?
I forgot my Celsius today.
You need some?
I got a white monster.
What?
No, I don't know. So
I got a white monster. Do you?
I've never had one before. Is it okay?
I think you'll like it.
All right.
He was making a joke, but
It's got a little citrusy. It's zero. It's zero. It's just, zero sugar.
Let's see. Thank you.
Tell me what you think.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now try it.
813-90-BUBBA, 813-902-8222. If you happen to watch the documentary this weekend, or you just have general comments on where we're going with regards to the show. This is a woman, Lummy, that you said, what's her name?
Peggy Bolton.
Peggy Bolton, and we're talking about TMZ, that they were going TMZ live while they were announcing Charlie Kirk's shooting, which ended up being an assassination. And there, as it was announced that Charlie may have died or was dead, there was eruption of laughter in the newsroom. And then TMZ tries to cover their ass by saying it was in conjunction with what the newsroom was actually watching was a LAPD car chase. This woman so brilliantly breaks it down and really, I don't know what TMZ can do at this point other than other than fire, other than come through and actually, do what they said. Because if anybody acted that way, they wouldn't be working for TMZ. Well, it looks like there should be a lot of people getting fired today.
Bubba, there's two parts to this. Just the fact that it happened makes you want to cancel TMZ. But then him lying about it, if he did lie about it, and it looks like there's potential that he did, and doesn't fire 3/4 of his employees, then he loses all his credibility.
There's
then TMZ's
nothing I love more than a good investigation, and I'm coming to you guys with the receipts.
Yeah, I don't think I can make this bigger. Does it get bigger?
If you click on it, it should. No, yeah, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, great.
Oh, I don't need TMZ's cameras. There's nothing I love more than a good investigation, and I'm coming to you guys with the receipts. Exhibit A, the alleged car chase that they were watching.
Right there on the banner below, you can see it started in Temple City, and we saw that.
Now pay attention to this. 143. Go
ahead, Philip.
Well, I wanted to let you know that President Trump has said Charlie Kirk has died. So that is the breaking news that we are likely about to have with ABC News.
Exhibit B, the giant clocks around their office. Exhibit C, don't worry, you won't have to do the math because I've done it for you. Timestamp, time. It is 1:07 and 15 seconds in the afternoon, with the timestamp on their video of 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 5 seconds.
For 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific.
Exhibit D, we have the cheering starting at exactly 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 15 second mark, which is a difference of 35 minutes and 10 seconds. So,
which makes it what time? Watch this, guys.
If you take the timestamp plus the clock saying it was 1:07 and 15 seconds, add 35 minutes and 15 seconds, what time would you have? 1:43.
You cannot refute that.
So they technically were watching a car chase video. What do you think they were cheering for?
People in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase. And
as the little bit of car chase we saw was very non-eventful. It wasn't even like he was going down the road 150 miles an hour and he flipped. There wasn't anything to even be cheering about.
Well, they said, I think what she's saying is that because she played the audio from the car chase, that the guy announced that Charlie Kirk was dead. So that's what they were.
They were technically watching a car chase, but within the car chase is when the news media made the announcement that President Trump had announced that Charlie Kirk had died.
Yeah.
So technically they were watching a car chase. But within that car chase, the television station came on and gave the Charlie Kirk death deal. And she brilliantly does all the timestamps, including using clocks that are inside their studios, including timestamps on their videos.
Back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase. And they were laughing, they were clapping, and you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing, they were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's.
Interesting, because the timing is exact to the announcement during the car chase.
And he's not looking at the camera. He keeps looking away as he's trying to make an explanation because he's looking for clues to help his BS story. The guy's lying to us.
Laughing. They were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
Let me just go ahead and say that statement again. They would not work here if they did.
They would not work here if they did.
Well, there should be some people that gets fired today from TMZ, including most of the newsroom. Hello.
Good morning.
Yes.
How are y'all?
Good, thank you.
Dr. Dan, how are you this morning?
Good morning.
I was the guy who had the pericardial cyst on his heart the size of a grapefruit.
Oh, God. So how'd you turn out?
Well, I'm supposedly 1 in a million, but, they fixed me. But anyway, I want to talk more about the vaccines.
All right. That's about 2 hours ago.
15 and 13 and have never had a single poke. So they've never been sick. So you can imagine what I've been through over the past 16 years, with my kids, me not vaccinating my kids. So all of a sudden now we see, there was a problem. Can you give us a doctrine explanation into this? Why now?
I think why now is because there's been a swing of the pendulum. We have been trusting what the doctors and the medical establishment's been saying to us for years. Then so many people over the COVID pandemic realized that sometimes the national health message is absolutely contraindicated when it comes to what you're dealing with. And so I think now over the last 5 years, a lot of people have rightfully expressed mistrust against the medical establishment and have decided to do some of their own research. And during the COVID pandemic, we kept hearing about randomized, prospective, double-blind, controlled studies. None of those studies were performed on any of the vaccines. So they were holding these potential therapies for people dying of COVID with no specific treatment and saying that these treatments aren't going to work because there's no randomized, prospective, double-blind, controlled studies. But we never did those for any of the vaccines that we've been adding at an exponential rate to the vaccine schedule. When I was a kid, I had 11 vaccines. Now it's up to almost 50. And so we're giving too many things that have too many bad things in it to these tiny little children that weigh 10 to 25 pounds, and it's hurting them. And moms recognize it. Dads recognize it. The schools are starting to recognize it. And Lapido is saying, listen, if we don't have to have this vaccine to prevent death and destruction in our community, then why are we doing it? And I think it's right to question.
Just imagine my children walking into the doctor's office, and they're already a little aware. They have me as their father, so they're advanced. Anyway, they're like, Dad, there is something to this. Why are they pushing it on us? We're kids. I walk out of the room, and the doctor has a talk with my 12-year-old. I'm not in the room. I come back in there. How dare you have a talk with my child without me in the room about these vaccines?
I agree with you, dude. You should report that doctor for that. You should report that doctor for that. That doctor shouldn't be alone in the room with your child to begin with. Should be chaperoned. You should send a letter to the state on that one. That's ridiculous.
So I'm a non-vaxxer. People always ask me, how do you have your kids in public schools? It's a religious rights piece of paper. It's a simple piece of paper, guys. Start being better, proactive parents to your children. It starts at the home. It starts with you. Mm-hmm. Thank y'all, guys. I love y'all's show.
Right. Thank you, buddy.
It comes, there's a question of personal autonomy versus community protection. And, the same people that are saying, I don't want an abortion, I should have the right to abortion because I have a right to my body, are telling you that you don't have a right to your body when it comes to a vaccine. And so, again, hypocrisy.
I've gone to find out now that this potentially is not really a guy that works at Microsoft. This is a comedian. And I don't think that this would be, if you're a comedian and you're trying to act like you are the head of the DEI division of Microsoft and you just got fired because of your Charlie Kirk position, I don't know, comedic wise, if that's going to move the needle for you in your comedic world. I think this is something that Americans don't want to joke about, regardless of what side of the fence you are. There's some people that say, hey, as much of a right that Charlie Kirk had to say what he wanted, people have the right to say about what they feel him in death, that he deserved it or whatever. That's their First Amendment right as well. And I agree. You do have the right to give your opinion on whether on Charlie Kirk's death.
No one's going to jail because they said Charlie Kirk should die.
No.
But we have the right to treat you the way we want to treat you for saying that.
Right. So with the First Amendment under your back pocket, in your back pocket, under your arm, that you're standing, that you've cloaked yourself in, realize that your First Amendment, yes, you can pretty much say about anything, but the way that the society reacts to your right to say anything is unpredictable, and society's right to choose to deal with you in whatever manner they choose. Less violence. Every employer has the right, for the most part, in most states, to fire employees over about anything. I know Florida is a right to work, meaning like it's a right to fire anybody as long as it's not for like religious or, racial or things like that. But when you fundamentally have an objectionable opinion that you blast all over your social network media that could be a reflection upon you that work at, let's say, Dr. Dan, you're the front desk girl at Dr. Dan's office and you're dealing with the public, Dr. Dan has the right to fire you because you're not a reflection or what your opinion socially that X amount of people can or will see or did see could potentially hurt his business.
Right. You can be fired for being a douchebag.
Right. And so I was going to play this, but I don't think it's real. I think this is an actor that has made this story up. Well, maybe I'll play it just to show you how desperate somebody, I don't think a real comedian that had real gigs, that had established themselves as a comedian would even be, messing around with this particular topic. All this is going to get you. Maybe you're not the DEI director at Microsoft that just sued you and you're some aspiring comedian. I don't think this is going to make people want to book you at their comedy club any faster than if you just kept your mouth shut and, go by, by how funny you truly are.
I made some stupid comments about Charlie Kirk on the day that he was shot. I said some things.
And again, I think all this is a lie.
This
is all lie, right?
It's all satire.
This is all satire. This is him. He's now been identified as a comedian, and he's just trying to get people riled up. I think that if you're an aspiring comedian, what you do and say should potentially benefit your career as you're trying to promote your career. I can't see how this would do any of that.
It's like Britney Spears knife dancing.
What's that?
It's like Britney Spears knife dancing.
I don't know. I actually found that somewhat interesting.
I am on threads that I'm sorry, not sorry for, but I said them and I deleted them when it was requested that I do so by my employer.
And here's the thing. If I'm Microsoft, I might sue this guy.
Whoa.
I mean, Dan, he's making Microsoft. Microsoft, he said, fired him, but Microsoft doesn't have anything to do with this guy at all. So keep our very big Fortune 500 name out of your mouth.
Out your mouth.
Right?
Yeah.
And then today, on a weekend, I'm told that I am no longer employed at Microsoft. after 6 years, building the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department from scratch, I lose my job because one of you, some random person, reports my posts to my employer, goes out of their way to find out where I work, and takes my job, takes my security away from me for a thought, for an opinion. And you talk about freedom of speech like you care about it, and you're just going to take my money, my life, my food off my plate because I don't like Charlie Kirk? That's not okay. It is not okay to target me because I felt joy that day. I can't help how I feel. I felt joy. That's me. That's what
I'm out of here. I feel like I'm watching a Milton Fudge-Cow deal.
It's not funny. It's not funny. It's
a hack. Some hack trying to use an absolute tragedy. Now, this guy I respect. I got a lot of respect for Glenn Beck. I always have. Worked with Glenn back in the early 90s when he was at 970 FLA and I was at the Power Pig. Got a lot of respect. I've had Glenn on the air. Glenn's had me on the air. I got a lot of respect for Glenn. This is the message I like to see.
It's time to call him what he really was. Because of what he died doing, Charlie Kirk is a civil rights icon. Charlie Kirk was a civil rights leader that was martyred standing up for civil rights. And it is time that our side declares that and stands on that and claims that territory. These so-called civil rights leaders that have been around for the last 30 years are jokes. They're money hustlers, they're dividers, and they have nothing to do with civil rights. Martin Luther King was a civil rights leader. Martin Luther King was that man. RFK Jr. could even be called a civil rights leader. JFK could be called a civil rights leader. They led the way. Everyone else was just playing it for cash and for power, and I'm sick of it. Charlie Kirk died standing up and trying to show people how to exercise your civil right in a civilized manner. And they gunned him down because of it. It's time to start calling him Charlie Kirk, the civil rights leader.
That's an interesting take.
You don't necessarily agree?
I never thought of him as a civil rights leader. I never considered that angle of looking at him as a civil rights leader. I do agree with what Glenn Beck said about some of the modern civil rights leaders. They're just they do it for money and they do it for power and they're really hypocrites about it, and it's only one-sided.
But if you look at the MLKs and the JFKs and the Malcolm X's, the people that were gunned down for trying to get people to live in harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody seen the George Carlin clip? And he goes and he talks about all the people that get assassinated are people that are trying. And he used John Lennon, he used Malcolm X, he used JFK, he used RFK, he used MLK. Obviously he's been dead for quite some time. He wouldn't be familiar with the Charlie Kirk, but everybody that he mentioned he said they were people that were all trying to get people to live in harmony.
I think I sent it to you. Is it on assassination?
Yes.
Which is why Russell Brand's in trouble. Not in trouble, but in danger. Because he's one of those guys that is provocative.
Human behavior.
But he always says, let's come together.
Humans do some really interesting things.
Boy, George Carlin was so ahead of his time.
Visionary.
Met him in San Antonio. Had an opportunity to meet him in San Antonio. Went to the gig, but didn't go to the pre-gig where everybody at the station got a chance to meet the guy because I didn't really know I wasn't really familiar with his work and how brilliant he was. Kicked myself in the ass for blowing off that meet and greet. I would have loved to have a picture or to say I had an opportunity to meet the guy for, a minute or two.
That's what I like. Humans do some really interesting things. Humans are the only species on Earth that deliberately kills members of another species for personal gain or pleasure. Sometimes it's just fun. We're also the only species that deliberately kills members of another species.
Well, he said the F word, so let me let the dump build back up. Boom. I mean, is he not right? Yep. Is he not right? Mm-hmm. Listen.
Harmony and try to.
I mean, listen to his list of things, starting with Jesus. I mean, didn't Jesus, wasn't his fundamental message is to live together and be in harmony? Mm-hmm. And they what?
Killed him.
They killed him.
Yep.
Love one another. Jesus, Gandhi, Lincoln, John.
I don't like this part. This is the only part I don't like.
Bam! Right in the fucking head.
I knew it was coming. I should have dumped it earlier. But it's true. It's true. As you see this nut job.
I thought I'd do a quick check-in after yesterday and all of the drama.
Do you ever notice that everybody that's mad about this Charlie Kirk deal, or everybody that wants to go on record by saying he deserved it or whatever, they all kind of fit this kind of weird template?
Yeah.
They don't look like Seth. They don't look like Lummy. They don't look like Dan. They don't look like Macho Man. They don't look like me.
They look like Cindy Sweeney.
They look like this.
Mm-hmm.
All of them do.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I got another one to play.
I want to reiterate that it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people.
You're right, it's not. The backlash that you may face from society that thinks it's distasteful, that's on you, though. That's on you. And you may have to suffer for it. I'm not talking about anybody retaliating and killing them, but canceling them or choosing not to do business with a place that they work with, or potentially letting a business that they work with know their opinion. Because when you throw something on social media, that is on you. That's your opinion.
That Charlie Kirk incited violence. That's what he did. And then that came back to haunt him. That was his decision. So it's got nothing to do with the people who are laughing and joking about him becoming a human water fountain. If you want some perspective, I would strongly recommend this book. If you haven't already read it, it's not even that long, but it's really insightful and helpful to understand why it's so important for us to be able to laugh in the face of terrible things. I think we're all beginning to understand that Führer Netanyahu was never going to stop at Palestine, that none of this was our fault, because nobody could have predicted what he was doing. He was playing a game of chess, and none of us knew that he was playing that game of chess. It's not our fault.
And what do you know, live in Australia, the ins and outs of what's happening in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and Netanyahu? What do you really know?
That's right.
What the hell do you really know? Have you been there? Do you know anybody that lives there? Do you have a gun? Do you have a gun in the fight at all? No.
Not in Australia.
You're just some stupid. God, that hair is stupid.
Isn't it?
My God, can you get any dumber?
And some people are culpable, and some people were pawns in that whole game. We were the pawns. We didn't know.
The problem is social media now, where stupid people have a forum.
What the big picture was. Take some diversions, get away from things, art, literature, movies, sports, architecture, travel, all of those things. If you can get them, take them, because we need that, right?
Yeah.
Did she go from Charlie Kirk to Gaza without even
exactly?
Okay,
without even like an intellectual segue at all.
What she's trying to do is she's trying to say that Netanyahu had something to do with this. Führer Netanyahu, which is so funny that they're calling a Jew Führer, which the Führer was Hitler who killed Jews.
That's kind of bullcrap.
It is, and that's what she's trying to say. That was the transition she was trying to do. Saying that Netanyahu did it.
I watched this Charlie Kirk video over the weekend. It was this black kid from, I think, Texas University, I think. And he was dreadlocked, but he was very well spoken, very misinformed. And he talks about how, slavery and the perception of African Americans, when he walks into a convenience store, he's looked at a certain way. And Charlie Kirk said, no, you're not. No, you're not. You have every right, that I do to better yourself and become successful. You've obviously are here at this university. You're doing well. This and that. And then the guy goes on to explain that, slavery has kept African Americans down, and they've really only had civil rights since the 60s. And so they have all this catching up to do. And you know what? Charlie Kirk said it. I thought it was brilliant. He says, Hitler wiped out almost half of the Jewish population, and they're doing fine. They're successful. They don't use anything for an excuse. Nobody wiped out half of your people. Roll your sleeves up and get to work. Stop using race as an excuse because you can't get ahead or because you want to blame race to get ahead. And I just found it brilliant that he's like, and it's true, the Holocaust, wiped out half of the Jewish population. And do you ever hear of a Jew referring back to the Holocaust as to why they're not doing so good right now? No. They pulled their pants up and they went to work. And they busted their ass, and they don't use excuses. And he completely owned this guy, and I loved it. I wish I could find it.
Excuse me, guys, ladies, people. How do you guys feel about the public assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Now, here's the thing, Dan. You're getting ready to, maybe in a year or two, your daughter's going to be on college campuses. And I think that Jay's kid is on college campuses. And we obviously know Nick and Bella were on college campuses. Is this what college consists of nowadays?
I think so. I was tempted to ask some people with colored hair that looked like they would give me the answer that I was hoping that they would give me. The same kind of questions in the mall yesterday. I didn't. And I'm not being disrespectful to Tuttle, but that looks like Tuttle in a disguise next to Taylor Swift in a disguise.
On a college campus during a debate yesterday.
I'm not for school shootings, but he deserved it.
So with that.
Now, do they have this mentality? Do college kids have this mentality because the liberal arts are being taught to them by professors now that don't align with our beliefs, and they're just trying to obviously colleges have been the forefront of our country to be liberal, and where you can discuss and have discord over liberal ideas, some of which may be very, very much not conservative at all, but it's fundamentally, is it what they feel or is it what they're being taught? Is it the teacher's problem or is this just a generational problem?
I think it's both.
And let me ask you, do you think you should be killed over your opinion?
I think if your opinion is entirely, if you base your career and your opinion off of inciting violence to others, then yes, you deserve it.
So now with that, right, what if somebody feels the opposite way about that and just views that, because you've opened yourself up, right? So if you view that anybody should be killed for their opinion, right, can somebody kill you for yours?
By that logic, yes, and people have.
People have killed you.
No, obviously they haven't killed me, but
Now I'm trying to figure out, if somebody could help me, what this person is. Is this a guy trying to be a girl, or is this a girl trying to be a guy, or is this just a man that's a little feminine, or is this a girl that's extra manly? Does anybody know what we got going on here? I want to fundamentally know just what
I'm going to lean towards boy with the thick mustache and goatee, but that's me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to go with Seth
So
on that one.
a boy that's feminine.
I think I agree too.
Yeah.
Okay.
But can I ask a question? What violence did Charlie Kirk incite?
Here's what he incited. He incited He didn't. He didn't incite any violence, but he was very, 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 very statistically curt. And in some instances, some people would perceive him as rude when it came to race and just telling you the statistics that upset some people.
But that's
like, for instance, he says that Derek Chauvin should not have been arrested. Derek Chauvin was using a technique to the back of the neck, which was on his standard operating procedure until that instance, and that George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, and he was going to die either in the back of the squad car or on the sidewalk. That's what he died for. And that Derek Chauvin shouldn't be in prison. And so those were the things that he would give his opinion for. Some people construe that as inciting various race wars and things like that. When it's just it's a lot of it is statistics and a lot of it is his opinion. I don't think that he ever incited anybody to hurt anybody. Shoot, kill, put your hands on. I don't know of any incidences that Charlie Kirk actually...
He only said gun deaths are worth it to keep the Second Amendment alive.
And that's what they're probably using, right, in these incidents when he says incited gun
I'm not
violence.
sure. He just goes, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost. Unfortunately, some gun deaths every year so that we can keep the Second Amendment to protect our God-given rights.
Well, I mean, that argument goes along with there's 50,000 fatalities a year from cars. So are we going to ban cars because 50,000 people died from them this year?
That's dangerous, right? If somebody can be killed for their opinion, do you not feel safe speaking about yours?
I mean, in current America, I do not feel safe speaking about my opinion. I think doing this and even speaking my opinion on this has put me in danger. But I think in current day, that is the risk of things that happen.
Do you think that's not right, though? That you should be protected and feel safe to speak your opinion, no matter what it is?
I think you should if your opinion is not in direct harm of others. So if you're saying, I like cheese pizza over pepperoni, that's not something you should be shot about. If you're saying, I think that gay people are a disease and they should be eradicated, then yeah, maybe.
He never said that.
Do you think that college campuses should still be an open forum?
I think he may have.
He said that homosexuality is a disease and they should be eradicated. Charlie Kirk said that?
We might want to look it up. All right. I just want to make sure.
He quoted the Bible once about it saying that gays should be stoned to death, but he didn't say that. He caught some heat for it. I think Stephen King ended up tweeting about it, and he ended up having to take it back. So,
he was absolutely went by the Bible. Like
the Bible says. That's what he said.
I mean, he absolutely. I mean, ran it right down the middle with regards to the Bible, right, Seth? Like he was a Bible purist.
Yes, absolutely.
Discussion and debate.
Yes, I do think that because a lot of people who attend colleges at the youngest are 17. A lot of people are still children and they're still growing and forming their own opinions. The opinions they form are their own as individuals, but I think debates should be open so people have a chance to grow.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
More dead fascists, please.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then I already covered that, and then this is the last.
Activists in America.
This is just the last.
Did you guys see that? That activist in America, Charlie Kirk, he got shot. Did you see that? That guy loves gun violence, and he got shot. Did you see that? Oh, man, Charlie Kirk. To the Charlie Kirk family.
And listen, if you're going to say this, you have every right to say it, but be ready to get doxxed and get ready to lose everything. I'm just saying, this is a very, very, very passionate situation. And it's not funny when people die. It's not. It's not funny when people die. And it's not cool to laugh at people when they die.
I mean, not the way that he died.
Right, exactly.
That's
what if we were laughing?
Nobody deserves to. I mean, well, what if
people were laughing about the Ukrainian immigrant?
Oh, yeah.
But it's not cool. And this is not a cool situation to be laughing at on how this guy died when really he was only a very, 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 very evangelical conservative talking head. That's all he was, that debated people. Never put his hands on anybody, never hurt anybody, just had a very, 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 very strong conviction of his opinion. And that fundamentally cost him his life. And so if you want to make fun of that, which you have every right to, be ready for it to, just like his opinions had ramifications. Well, maybe your opinion could have ramifications when people gaslight and or dox you, find out where you live, where you work, and do inevitably what you're doing, giving their opinion to your employer as to your actions.
I learned a lot about Charlie Kirk just over the last few days. I was just vaguely familiar with him, so I've been reading up about him. I didn't know how popular he was in so many other countries, and I think a lot of these people, Bubba, I don't know if because this guy referenced in America.
Right.
I feel like a lot of these people, well, not a lot, but there's some of them aren't in this country. So I don't know if that makes it harder to dox them or they feel safer or whatever, but that seems to be where a lot of this is coming from.
Agreed.
Did you see all that blood that came out of his body? It was like, whoa. To every Zionist, every Christian Zionist, may you be just like that shop, the Target. All his followers, just like the shop, the Target. I'm not saying that violence isn't the way. So don't misconstrue my words, okay? Did you see all that blood? That dude's dead. There is a fucking God.
I wonder how much this guy would laugh if he had this like, a little blister on his thumb. He'd probably cry all day.
Probably. Phone lines are blowed. 813-902-8222. We're going to break down supposedly Charlie, the Tyler, what's the
Robinson?
Guy? Tyler Robinson guy, his partner, they're saying. Now, were they romantically involved? I don't know. They're just saying that it was his partner.
It was his roommate.
I think partner means they're dating.
I think so.
Yeah.
They're calling
They said it was a male to transitioning to a female.
Right.
And what she didn't know anything that he was up to, which I find a little surprising, but apparently she was very in the dark on what he was going to do.
The Rock's daughter, who works for the WWE, she had an interesting message and then doubled down on it. It'll be interesting to see how long that lasts. And then we're going to get into the shooter, Tyler, what's her name? Tyler
Robinson.
Robinson's partner, they're calling this person that's transitioning man into a woman, and I think also a furry.
Yeah.
We're going to get into that and their opinion. They supposedly had no idea. But we'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
He crashed on one of those things that goes 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, somebody ran into him.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Someone else crashed, and then he crashed, and it sucks.
Was it the guy he was racing?
Yeah, let me send it to me.
I sent it to you.
Okay.
I also sent you, I guess, over the weekend or yesterday, there was a bomb that was found under Fox News trucks in Utah. They got the guys. Adib Nasir Adil Justice. Hey, Dr. Dan, Global has a question. Where? Right here. On my computer. This picture. Remove this from his forehead.
Oh shit! What is it? There's 3 different things. You see 3 different things there?
I'll play it. Are you talking about the crash?
Yeah.
I'll play it.
Okay.
Does he live around here?
Yeah.
The guy just went into his lane. It's not a big deal. It
happens.
I'll play it.
Yeah, I'll sit.
What's up, Berto?
I need your love like I never needed love before. Lot of water today.
Did you like that white monster?
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm still drinking it. I mean, I'm probably gonna have less than half of it. I don't know how you drink a whole. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Have they tried to take the shooting, like him getting shot down? Have they been trying to take that? Because I haven't seen it at all.
YouTube is.
On Twitter, are they doing anything? I haven't looked, but I mean.
No, Twitter is still, whatever. But yeah, like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok.
It seems to be. It must be. I mean, it seems to be buried on Twitter a little bit.
What?
Him getting shot, because I've searched his name and stuff, and I still haven't seen the video. Which.
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I found out about it by a text from my mom that goes, "Do not watch the Charlie Kirk shooting," and I was like, "What happened?" And then I saw that I did not watch it.
So you haven't seen that the 3 seconds after he was shot? Really? God, I've seen it like 400 times.
No, I don't want to see it.
Pretty disturbing.
It's bad. You don't want to see it.
No, I don't want. Yeah, no, it's
fucking bad.
He gets the cortigan too. Like his arms go up. Like he maybe had a spine injury too.
Yeah.
Do you think he didn't feel anything?
I think.
I read that he didn't feel anything.
He was dead instantly. I think.
I think he severed his. They may have severed his spinal cord during the shot. I think they may have gone through his, or part of it went through his spine and paralyzed because he went straight up like this, like his brain was separated from the rest of his body.
But you think you think like the lights went out, like
yeah, as soon
right
as
when that
the lights
happened?
went out, he was out.
Oh man.
He looked like a guy that got knocked out. You see that when they come up like this sometimes? You've seen that in football.
Yeah, that's what happened. He
put his arms straight up like.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Got a lot of people on the phone lines. Try to get to them, but running a little bit behind. Yesterday, friend of the show. Maybe we'll have him on here in the next little bit. But Tony Stewart in the second round of the NHRA, finals yesterday. I think they were in. I forget where they were. Oh, they were in Reading. I think they were Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh.
And this is the second round. Tony wins the first round. This is round 2. Him and Doug Coletta. Doug Coletta, a stud, been doing it for years. I think he's won multiple championships. Tony, who I think is leading the points. I don't know where the points after he got beat. He got beat here by Doug Coletta, but this could have been really bad. Now, mind you, they're going 330 miles an hour, and so like all bets are off with regards to just a little fender bender, or nothing good can happen when you touch cars at 330, and these cars aren't made to touch.
No, they're not.
They're not made to come anywhere close to each other.
And Bubba, as someone who's driven 200 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour is a lot sketchier than 180, which is a lot sketchier than 160. I can't imagine going 300.
Plus 30.
Plus 30. Whew. I mean, it's just freaking ridiculous. It's so every 20 miles an hour, it seems like it's double the intensity.
So thank God they both walked away. I'm just going to tell you right now, Doug Coletta wins, and right at the finish line blows a left rear, and you'll see the rest.
Smoke and Doug. Round 2. Doug leads first. And a great race goes to Doug. Oh, they're into each other. A big wreck on the top end. Doug Coletta won the race, and the car came across the track, and they both got together in the shutdown area. And we will stand by.
Now, it kind of looks like a big nothing burger, and they both walked away. They're both okay. But, I mean, yes.
Scary.
Do you know what coulda, shoulda, woulda? I mean, at this point,
the car came across the track, and they both got together.
As soon as his left rear hits Tony's motor, you can see that he breaks all the motor mounts, as you can see, and then puts Tony on his edge. Now, thank God that the front rail hit the wall and then righted the ship, so to speak, meaning it hits the wall.
And we will stand by.
And then puts it back on its wheels, and it kind of just, crashes out. Do you know how it could have very well put Tony, his driver's compartment, on the top of this cement railing?
Oh.
There's 100 different ways this could have panned out, and not good.
Did that originally happen because the other driver lost his front left tire?
No,
and that pulled him over?
Front left rear.
His left rear went flat, and that pulled him to the left?
Yes.
Moment here at Maple Grove. I do not know what happened.
His front left tire was gone.
No, you see that.
He says
you see the rear tire
in the
blow.
interview, Dan. He said,
really?
I've watched this. In the interview, Doug Coletta says, I blew my left rear.
His car went through the shutdown area, and as the parachutes came out, that
watch the left rear.
Do they give Tony the win for this?
No.
Oh no.
They should.
They should.
Watch the left rear on Coletta.
And the two cars.
Look at the front left too.
Yeah, the front left
got into.
You know what? I think you're right. I think the front
went
left
down
I think
first.
the front left collapses.
As the parachutes came out, that car hung a left.
Right there.
Yeah, before his left back tire went, it was his front left tire.
Right. Doug misidentifies it in the interview and says left rear, but if you look, his left rear completely collapses in, right?
And as the parachutes came out, that car hung a left.
Front, right there. Yep.
Right there. You can see it dip down, see the spoiler.
And the two cars got into each other, and they both made.
And you can see that the tire is broken. Looks like they broke an axle.
To move over towards the wall.
Now,
when you hit that parachute and the brakes, all the weight goes to the front. So that may have just loaded up that axle and snapped the wheel off.
And then at this point, man, Tony's got, his huge left rear almost in his driver's compartment. Jesus. And at this point, man,
the top end and the safety safari.
So I'm just so happy that
there's Tony. And that's Doug Coletta, who
Tony's like, man, I can't get in a pro stock fast enough. Get my wife back in this rail.
Down there with his arm around. Man. What happened there?
Two of our brightest stars here in Top Fuel today in the finish line. It looked from what we saw that the wheel went out.
Yes. The left rear is down or blue or whatever, and
that's it. That's where I was getting it from him. But really, Dan, upon watching, you were right. The left front, the steering wheel gave out, broke an axle, and then just completely darted him left.
So yeah, it was just unfortunate. Really, it just so happened so quick that there was nothing I could really do. So just glad we're going to we'll drag our other car out and see if we can keep this.
But Seth is right. If you even if you win, if you cause this havoc, the win should go to the victim.
They should have kicked this guy out immediately.
Had security come and told him to haul it out
and his other car too.
Keep this thing going here, but. Fortunately, Tony and I are good, so that's really the main thing.
Doug, I don't think I've ever seen you in the years been following.
All right, so yeah.
Yeah, Tony said, he said he doesn't remember the crash and he just has a headache.
That's what Tony said?
Yeah.
Well, that can't be good.
Hello.
That's not good. That's a head injury.
Lovey's like, yeah, you can't remember anything. It's great.
CT. I can't remember anything. It's great. I thought I won. Hell. What the hell?
You just get that powder from.
Hello, you're on the air.
Favre.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are y'all?
Good, buddy. Thanks.
Yeah, question for Dr. Dan, real quick.
All right.
Dr. Dan, have you heard of Dr. Kirk Moore?
No.
Or familiar with him?
Mm-mm.
He's a plastic surgeon out of Utah, and he was on Tucker Carlson's podcast last Monday.
What kind of surgeon?
He was talking about all the plastic surgeon.
Okay.
And he was on Tucker Carlson's podcast last Monday, and he was talking about all the stuff that happened during COVID, saying everything you said and everything. And at the end of it, he found out he was facing 35 years in federal prison because the government was trying to put him in prison.
For
and
what,
the case
COVID?
just got dismissed. Yeah, for COVID, giving false vaccines. Basically,
that guy was being fraudulent, though. I mean, saying he was giving a vaccine and throwing it away, that's fraudulent.
Yeah.
Either don't give it or give it. You don't pretend to give it. That's fraud. Making fake vaccine passports, that's fraud. I didn't do anything like that. Nothing like that. That's unethical. Be a man and say you're not going to do it, or get out of the business.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I saw his case just got dismissed in July. So, I was co-signing with you because he was saying everything you were saying about COVID was fake and or not fake, but vaccines wasn't studied properly and all that. But I just want to know if you heard anything.
Yeah, I did hear about that. I know exactly what you're talking about. And so, yeah, I mean, again, being strong and standing up for your convictions is one thing. Faking and fraudulently manipulating the system is wrong.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Appreciate it, man. Dan, going against the grain like you did, but under the guise of still keeping it medical is one thing. Completely doing unethical, illegal things in themselves is a whole other thing.
Right, taking money for a vaccine and not giving it, and then listing it fraudulently that you gave it and filling out his vaccine card, that's unethical.
You being aggressive on prescribing ivermectin and having your own little Dr. Dan, all legal, that you can get at Walgreens prescription remedy is one thing. You charging, it's just not, we're not even comparing apples to apples.
I treated 600 people and didn't charge a penny.
I know.
So I have no ethical dilemma here.
And everything that you did prescribe was, USDA. It was either over the counter or it was USDA, like the zinc that you could put people on. You can buy that at Nature's Health.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a big difference between that shady bastard and you, my friend. Hello. They just didn't like your unpopular opinion. You weren't doing anything illegally.
Correct.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. Jersey John here.
Hey, Jersey John.
Could I go to Dan again? I don't want to make this a medical show, but I wanted to catch him before he left.
Yeah, sure.
I'm 63. My brother had prostate cancer. Now my PSA numbers have risen from 4.5 to 6.9 in the past 6 months.
Gotta get seen, gotta get treated. You got something going on, man. Don't sit on it.
Yeah, like now. Like now. Like as soon as today.
And get multiple opinions because there's a lot of different ways to treat prostate cancer, especially when it starts getting crazy. And you need to be seen immediately and get fixed.
Okay, they have me going for an MRI on September 30th and then possible biopsy. Is that the proper course?
September 30th.
It's only 2 weeks, Bubba.
I mean,
it's an MRI. They take a while to schedule.
Okay.
I'll say that. It's not 6 months. It's 2 weeks. So yes. MRI, biopsy, and treat aggressively.
Okay.
And if you get radiation, bank some sperm.
Okay.
Why does he want to bank some sperm?
Just in
That
case.
ship has sailed from
Yeah,
here.
exactly,
well,
sir.
okay.
He's 63.
So, buddy, listen. You're doing the. You're right. You're right on course. Dan says, stay the course. Don't miss the MRI. Get the again. You're right on course. Stay the course. Okay, my friend.
Don't blow it off.
Is there anything he can do in the meantime?
Not really.
Oh, all right.
All right, bud.
Pray.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Jay's here.
Yeah, I got his mic on.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see that post on X that Candace Owens put about Charlie? Saying that he was arguing with some billionaires or something. I tried to make sense out of it. It doesn't really, I don't get it.
No, I didn't see that. I'm not a huge Candace Owens fan.
Yeah, she kind of.
Right. So,
but guy just triple righted me for this when I got home. But I'm gonna certainly look for it. Okay, buddy. Right. I mean, when a guy triple rights me, uses my own ammunition against me, Lummy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just jokes, guys.
Sumo said that Tony said, I've been in worse sprint car wrecks. This was a nothing.
There you go.
330 miles an hour to me. It's going to be interesting to see how long The Rock's daughter, which, by the way, now, if she was just The Rock's daughter, that's one thing. Be The Rock's daughter all you want. But when you're The Rock's daughter and you are the WWE NXT general manager, I think that comes with a little bit more responsible baggage, potentially. Maybe you could be under the public eye a little bit more. And she said, if you want, with regards to her opinion of Charlie Kirk, if you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words while you are alive.
And she's certainly not doing that.
And then when called out about it, and some people included like Triple H on the message and what have you, she doubled down and said, I stand behind this. Be kind now more than ever. And then she reposted her original tweet of, if you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words when you're alive. It's going to be interesting to see if, how that plays out. It's been reported that Saudi Arabia... Man, Saudi Arabia has taken over everything.
They're spending a lot of money.
I mean, they're taking over golf, right, with Liv. Lummy, what else are they trying to take over? I mean,
racing, right? F1, isn't it?
They took over F1 racing 20 years ago when they started doing the UAE and Qatar and all these other places and Abu Dhabi. And it's because the people in Formula One saw that there was a huge market there. There's a lot of money, and they're paying a lot of money for these races. And so it's an economy that we never thought about until the last 20 years, and they are strong.
Well, Saudi Arabia... It was me and Seth's opinion, like that cities, never really had to pay for Royal Rumble or WrestleMania or Survivor Series or any of these big franchises that WWE has, these pay-per-views. It would just be at the Meadowlands or it would be at, Vegas. They just have Tampa, and, obviously I don't know that they were charging.
No, they could go to towns that can support, what they're bringing to town the most.
Right. They would probably, Seth, maybe look at their television demographics and see where they were strongest.
There wasn't a lot of international stuff other than like the Thrilla in Manila and the things like that. I mean, there really wasn't this kind of international appeal. And, the Saudis have really capitalized on it over the last 5 years since COVID. You remember the only place that the UFC could go was the Middle East. They were in the UAE. They were in Saudi. They were doing their fights over there. And so they are a huge market, and if you notice, that's when Trump went over there to Saudi, Qatar, and the UAE, which is where they have races now for, 10 years, Dan? At least 15, 20 years.
Well, when WrestleMania was here, I don't think they went to the city of Tampa and said we need $250 million to be able to have it here. I think they went to the Chamber of Commerce or the Sporting Authority and said, how much does it cost to rent out the stadium? And
right. Can we fill it?
Can we fill it? And looks like Tampa's a pretty good TV market, so we're going to have it in Tampa. We're going to be able to promote it for a year and what have you. Now WWE, the Saudi Arabian government, they're giving him basically show up money. This is just show up money. This isn't on top of the TV revenue, the gate, the pay-per-view, the merchandise, all that. Saudi Arabia is paying WWE, what's their parent company called now?
TKO?
Yes, TKO. They're paying him $100 million for Royal Rumble and $250 million for WrestleMania 43. That's just show up money.
So are the entertainers now getting really paid well? Like, does Brock Lesnar make $10 million a year, $15 million a year if they're getting this kind of jack?
I would think that it would maybe trickle down to the talent. I would think so.
Well, the Triple H, when he made the announcement, he had the biggest superstars lined up behind him. Like Undertaker was there, and Seth Rollins, and Bianca Belair, and they all looked absolutely miserable during the announcement.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
because
for real?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I'll look for
because the Undertaker would be like, man, I used to have to bust my ass to make a $2 million pay-per-view, and the dark match will probably get $2 million for this deal, right?
Yeah, no doubt. The golfers looked very happy with Liv, didn't they? Even like the worst of them were smiling from ear to ear, like, "Hey, this is great."
They had their own plane.
Yeah.
This is a very powerful message. I cried.
Me too.
I cried. I did. I teared up on this deal.
I got misty.
This is the widow of Charlie Kirk. She's beautiful, by the way. And this was the first time she had spoke since her husband's passing. And it was very powerful. Very, very, very powerful.
You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Overnight, Charlie Kirk's widow speaking out for the first time since her husband's assassination Wednesday.
I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically to save Charles's life. I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart.
Erica Kirk choking back tears, standing beside Charlie's desk at his Turning Point USA headquarters, describing his commitment to his work and his family, including their 2 children.
Charlie loved his children, and he loved me with all of his heart. And I knew that. Every day I knew that.
And pledging her own commitment to upholding Kirk's legacy. And new details this morning about the urgent 33-hour manhunt that led to the arrest of the man police say was behind Kirk's brutal murder in broad daylight. Kirk was speaking at an event here at Utah Valley University.
We got him.
Authorities taking 22-year-old Tyler Robinson into custody around 10 p.m. local time Thursday night, more than 3 hours away from the university in St. George, Utah.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Sources.
Now, my question is, because a lot of times, Jay, I know that you've talked about a lot of times when there's a big time reward, like in this case, $100,000, that they'll play cute games as to who really turned them in and whether they give it out or not. You know, yep. I think that they should, even if it was whoever is the one that turned this guy in, should get the money.
Unless you're an accomplice, unless you knew because you're dating them. I mean, that's who they say is cooperating as the roommate, the partner, the furry.
Telling ABC News, the suspect's father recognized him in these photos and told his son to turn himself in. They say he initially said no, but then changed his mind. Social media appears to show his family enjoyed hunting. He comes from a Mormon middle-class family. His mother, a social worker. His father owned a kitchen countertop business. Keaton Brooksby,
his boyfriend. What about that part?
Now, wasn't his father, though, a 27-year deputy?
That wasn't true.
That was not true?
They're spreading that around.
They're spreading that around.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not true. It sounds his dad owned a kitchen countertop business, correct? That's what it really was.
And his dad is, the FBI said his dad is eligible to get the $1.1 million.
Oh, good.
Good.
Absolutely.
If you turn your son in, you should get that money.
It's known the suspect since middle school.
I knew his family had firearms. I knew he shot all the time. There was pictures.
Here's my question, Bubba.
My question is this: why would they erroneously report that his father was in law enforcement? Like what?
It's the same way they reported that Sky Valdez was the original shooter and had the song, Charlie Kirk dead at 31.
Right.
It's just there's a ton of misinformation
Yeah,
at
they were
first.
finding names that were similar to his dad's name.
Okay.
So
all right.
You remember in the old days when there was a real investigation everyone paid attention to, they would be like, okay, how did this guy get as good as he was as a shooter? And so, if he's living with the furry, did the furry see him going out with a backpack and his gun to the gun range? What gun range did he go to? How did he get this good at what he's doing?
Isn't there,
other people know this?
Aren't there laws where if you refuse to report somebody that's going to hurt somebody that you are responsible?
I don't think so.
If I was to tell you, Jay, well, we have attorney-client privilege, but if I was to tell Seth, hey, Seth, I'm going to kill, listen, and I'm speaking in parody right now. I'm going to shoot Marco Rubio is coming to town, to Tampa today, and I'm going to shoot him. Of course, I'm not going to. I'm speaking in parody as if I was just tell my coworker that. Is it my coworkers? If you can prove that I told my coworker that and he didn't do anything about it, is Seth responsible in some way, shape, or form? Can they hold that against Seth?
It would really
much like
depend
they
the
can
circumstances.
much like this furry, like if this transitioning furry that was this bad guy's partner, if he knew anything about the bad guy's plans, is he to be charged or blamed at all?
I don't think criminally. I think morally, if you thought there was real truth to that person's threat, then I think you absolutely should let somebody know. But if it's just you guys and it would not be criminally liable. Now,
one time Brent Hatley thought that the feds were listening to our phone calls.
Oh, I remember that.
And Brent goes, okay, here's what we're going to do. Now, so Brent told me to go over to his house because we had to have a face-to-face conversation. I said, okay. So I go over to Brent's house and we go out the back in the back alley. He goes, tomorrow at 1 p.m., I want you to call me. And you're going to say that Coco made you so mad and that he lied to you and you caught him stealing that you're going over to his house to kill him today at 5 o'clock. And if the feds are listening to our phone calls, they are obligated to let Coco know that there's a death threat. Like if so while
that's quite a plan he hatched in the back alley there, Bubba. Holy moly!
I know it was, and I went on to ask like Todd Foster and some of these guys that know federal law, and Todd Foster said yes, it's true. If the FBI or feds or a police agency are listening, if they have a warrant or something like that, and they're listening to your phone calls, and you have threatened the welfare of another person, they have to contact that person and let them know, or come and question or pick you up immediately. So I said that I called Brent at 1 o'clock and said, "Hey, Brent, what?" I go, Coco lied to me. He stole a bunch of money. And today at 5 o'clock, I'm taking my AR-15 over to his house off of 34. I had his actual address. And I'm shooting him in the head and killing him.
I bet Brent's like, don't do it. He didn't want to be an accomplice.
But I mean, I don't know if that's some, hillbilly logic or not. But I mean, I'm just telling you.
How long were you worried? How long were you looking out for the feds to come get you?
I was
the rest of the day.
Yeah.
4:59.
Clear till like 8 o'clock. I couldn't even go to bed.
Family's Facebook of him with firearms.
Friends and classmates describe the suspect as intelligent but reserved.
Last summer, I ran into him at a grocery store. He was a little bit more anxious than I remember.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox saying the suspect had recently become more political and had brought up Kirk's scheduled visit to Utah Valley University at a family dinner.
They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had.
The governor revealing the suspect allegedly communicated on the messaging app Discord with his roommate, including needing to recover a rifle from a bush. Authorities.
Now, is the furry the one that placed the rifle in the bush? Remember, he had somebody do that.
Yeah, no, the furry has said that he had no knowledge and did not help him in any way.
That's what he's saying now.
Well, yeah.
Steps, saying he arrived at the campus in his Dodge Challenger at 8:29 a.m. and appeared to walk with a stiff right leg. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News they believe he was hiding the weapon under his clothing. Moments after the shooting, you can see him sprinting off the roof and dropping down to the ground.
That's a long
This morning,
jump.
a growing memorial here at the UVU campus as this community and nation reels from the latest act of political violence.
Bubba, I have a couple questions here. Number one, I saw his mugshot and next to Lee Harvey Oswald's mugshot, and they look remarkably similar. This guy is obviously a pansy to some extent. And I've seen all these alternative
patsy.
I'm sorry, and a pansy.
Maybe a pansy.
He's both actually.
And so I've also seen a lot of alternative theories about this.
I have two.
And what are your thoughts about all that?
Also,
and where's the gun when he's jumping? And how does someone survive a 20-foot jump without twisting an ankle?
Also, Discord has come out and said that he had no
messages on there.
See, so they're saying there's a lot of conflicting information.
There's a lot, including did he get shot from this guy on the side?
Two different guys.
You know, were the two guys behind him giving baseball-like hand signals,
sniper signals.
Was he shot indeed from 200 yards straight on or from the side? I think anytime anything this tragic happens, it breeds conspiracy because nobody just wants to digest, what they say happens. They want to break it down. And
what's the conspiracy that Netanyahu put this guy on the roof?
Believe it or not, I heard that from my son. You were asking about what's going on in college campuses. My son actually asked, do you think it had something to do with him coming out and speaking against Israel and Netanyahu a few weeks ago? Because I guess a few weeks ago, he started turning a little bit like the Candace Owens mindset.
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, where, maybe Netanyahu's going a little too hard in the paint. And so I said to my son, I really seriously doubt that, but, maybe Netanyahu is going a little too hard in the paint.
I wouldn't compare him to Candace Owens.
No, I'm not either, but he was, that's what I'm saying the kids are saying.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
but
that's true. I'm saying on college campus, he's been there 1 month.
I think Netanyahu would never have somebody strategically kill anybody in America over their political views about potentially what he's doing in Israel. I mean, he's got so many other things to worry about right now.
I agree, but what I'm saying is this is what the kids are thinking. Literally, he's been there 1 month.
I think that's a very barbaric, no-brainer, or just
100%
pull out your ass. It's not even well-researched.
I dismissed it very quickly, but it's shocking how quickly these kids, within a month, are getting very strong opinions about what's happening in the Middle East, what happened to Charlie Kirk,
and are they getting them amongst each other? Are they getting them from faculty? Are they getting them?
No, not from faculty. They're getting it from social media and from each other.
You can play. I think his name is Governor Cox. I really like that guy from Utah.
He's got a political future. I agree.
Yeah, he seems like a real empathetic kind of human. But he said that this guy was entrenched in leftist culture, which I guess included. He mentioned Reddit. So I think he probably did a lot of research on his own as far as when he might have started to shift politically.
Well, I think Reddit might have been a major fuel to this guy's fire, because I mean you can find anything. It is such a cesspool of humanity on Reddit. It's just oh my God. And it's so incorrect and not valid, and it's like the form of misinformation and hate. Nothing good. And I can go to Facebook, I can go to X, I can go to YouTube, I can go to every other Rumble and find some good people saying good messages, talking about good things with good information. Reddit is just it seems like where all the land of misfits go to just blow smoke up each other's ass and spread just absolute vitriol and hate.
Yeah, I agree, Bubba. There's some disgusting stuff there. I didn't realize you guys were both such big fans of Cox, but The two other alternatives that I'd like to explore.
Are you trying to be? Are you trying to be funny?
He did a baby.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know about this Cox guy, and so I'm learning more about Cox than I've ever learned. But my question is, the two guys to the right of Charlie.
Now he's
Kirk.
doubling down on the Cox.
I'm just
wow.
I need two guys to the right. Everybody's gonna get like
you better really pull the nose up because I'm getting ready to go into commercials with your heavy Cox references.
Okay,
trying to be funny.
I'm not talking about Cox anymore. So the guy with the what looked like a cell phone that could have been a cell phone gun, and the guy that was like in front of him that was closer to him that looked like he had a 1911 Colt 45 tucked underneath his armpit. Those two guys. What's up with those two theories, and how have they been debunked or not debunked at this point?
I don't know that anything as far as what happened at the shooting has been debunked. I think they're all going with that this guy here, the Tyler dude that lived with the furry that we need to get to next, is the shooter from approximately 200 yards away on top of the rooftop. There's surveillance that shows him, jumping off of a nearly 18-foot, again, I think that they're going
Spider-Man
with he was the lone assassin. I really think it's coincidental that these people behind him, I don't know if they were scratching for mosquitoes or they were but they were. I mean, obviously, I think you can watch it and see that they were not just standing there with their arms crossed in a readied position, but they were acting a little goofy with regards to giving signals or just, maybe we're just making a lot about nothing because of the tragedy that happened in front of them.
Well, I feel like it's getting compared to the Trump thing. It's like, how did he get on the roof? Who helped him? Somebody gave a sign. Trump said, what was the word that Trump said after he got shot? Like there was all these conspiracies about it.
The guy in the white hat was Charlie Kirk's very good friend. And,
I really don't think you have to look much past what he inscribed on the bullets and who he's living with now. At first, everyone when he first got shot, because it happened at the moment Charlie Kirk was talking about mass shootings and transgenders. And everyone, I don't know if anyone here didn't think it. I thought immediately, oh my God, it's going to be a transgender shooter. And then it wasn't. It looked like a regular white kid.
But
it turns out
has
white kid
transgender ties.
Has a partner who's transgender.
And furry.
And so the messages on the bullets, if you read this, you're gay. If you see bulges, all the things, anti-fascism, the messages that he wrote were anti-fascist and pro-transgender. And so there's no question now about what the motive is. And so all these people we need to know more about what the motive is. Unless what the FBI said and that very reasonable governor said when they disclosed that they had him in that public statement on Friday.
The Cox gentleman.
Yes, unless that's untrue, which I don't believe it's untrue. No one's proved it to be untrue. Then this guy did it because he didn't like Charlie Kirk's views on transgenderism.
But what was the last straw that made this guy get a gun?
Right.
Obviously, he had time to think about it, and then go up on that roof and make the decision to shoot Charlie Kirk. Like, what pushed him to that point?
I want to know that too. And then, did no one see him inscribe the bullets? Like, you have children, you have friends. If your friends in the room for hours inscribing things on you, wouldn't you notice what's going on?
If you got one of those little,
engraving machines,
and you have the time to inscribe 3 30-06 bullets, you would think that your furry transgender partner would know about it.
Or if you go shooting 10 times a week. If all of a sudden, my son, when he started working out, everyone in my house noticed. He's eating protein, he's working out all the time. If all of a sudden you show an interest in guns, this guy didn't just learn how to shoot on Fortnite. I mean, this guy obviously had some
He'd been
training.
his whole life. There's no difference in his interest to guns. That would have triggered something, Jay.
That's not what I'm saying triggered it, Danny. I'm saying he's trained. He's actually, you don't just do that by learning how to hunt when you're a kid.
Here's the deal. I agree with Jay. I don't think that you just show up and do what you did and be able to scale buildings and be able to have a change of outfit and be able to get in position and know where Charlie's going to be. There was a lot of due diligence this guy probably had to do.
Premeditation.
In order to pull this off. And pull it off, in the manner of which he did, which I would say perfectly. And I say that not in a good way, but in a bad way. But he pulled it off.
Is that he
escaped.
He made it 4 hours away.
Yeah.
He made it, remotely. He could have gone and killed himself.
He pulled it off. I mean, the guy from Butler didn't pull it off. The guy at Mar-a-Lago, golf course didn't pull it off. It looks the Democratic spokesperson for Minnesota, that killer killed themselves. So this guy, there was 33 hours.
Mm-hmm.
There were 33 hours that this guy was at large, and
they said they didn't know where he was.
Right, and had
had dad not come forward,
had the father. You got two dads there. You got a dad that's going to help his kid get away, and you got a dad that's going to turn his kid in.
Mm-hmm.
And had he had the first one, the kid could be in Canada by now, and we not find out. So the kid just didn't on a whim decide to do this. This was practiced and rehearsed. To the point of transcribing bullets, to the point of asking somebody to hide the gun for you initially. This was very well thought out, and I agree with Jay. I just don't think that – I think that somebody somewhere had to have known that he was preparing for this because it was so well prepared and so well executed, unfortunately, that he got away with it. He's not dead. He had the entire world looking for him for 33 hours.
He could have gotten on a plane and been gone if he'd had that part of his escape plan.
Right.
In a second.
When we return, we're going to talk about his partner, a transgender furry.
Did you see the video of the guy that was talking to Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk was shot?
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
God.
I sent it to you. He got interviewed by the same guy that
heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, the same guy that was interviewing Hunter Biden.
Is that what you just sent me?
No, I've sent you. I don't know what I sent you. I sent you some other stuff.
Okay,
I sent you some WWE stuff when we were talking about that.
Send me that if you can find it.
No, yeah, I'll just go to my sent items and resend it to you.
Okay, perfect.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
It's not good.
Oh shit, where is it? It's on the bottom. Channel 5.
Oh, is there a runner on that?
It is.
Looks nasty.
Thanks.
I put fly sport on that thing.
I did a, what's that one?
Yes, one.
No, the...
Concentration?
I think you said you always put on guts.
Silverdine?
Yeah. Not Silverdine. Not Silverdine. What's in the tub? The popular. I don't fucking know what it's called now. God damn it. So you named everything but that.
Concentration?
It starts with an A, I think.
Antibiotic equipment?
Who's in the little tub? Put it on. I don't fucking know.
Aquaphor? Wrong thing. If it's Aquaphor, that's the wrong thing. That starts with an A.
So is that the right thing?
Aquaphor's not the right thing.
I mean, is there something else?
All right. How the fuck did I not send that? My bad. My bad. Are you ready for some football? A Monday night party! What up, Freddie? Hope you're doing good, man. Am I the only one here? Hello? 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 Dan said we like cocks. What's up, Blazing Blues? Yeah, I'm with you, Heather. I'm already over it.
I gotta ground him too. I just heard you be quiet real fast.
Yeah, so the interview was great. I liked it. He really knew you.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a really good guy.
Seemed like it.
Damn. And he's killing it.
You know what? He's right though about guests and you and long format and sitting across the table. You know, I like that about him is sitting across the table, kind of that Joe Rogan format.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we.
And he's right though that it's one of your absolute skill sets. Always has been.
Right. So Seth, it's this last thing you sent me, right, bud? Right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's really incredible.
What's up, radio? What's up, Paul?
In the middle of the assassination at Utah Valley University.
Good morning, everybody.
How many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years?
What's up, Paul Rogers? Snizuki, Jonesy. How's everybody doing?
Charlie's very open
Charles?
about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that
You doing,
he believes
Xerxes?
in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform
What's up,
voices
Group Lips? How you
to
doing, buddy?
ensure that, at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it. How was the energy whenever you arrived to the event?
Good morning, Xerxes.
Very conservative, for sure. Everyone was very...
This is A. Watley. Good morning to you. Jared Powell, what up? Jonesy, who enjoyed watching the Chiefs lose as much as I did last night? The Tim Anglin. Good morning, buddy. What's up, radio?
It's over.
What was the percentage? Like 4 teams ever or something like that have ever made the Super Bowl 0-2? Yeah. Is it something like that? My wife said she couldn't remember if it was 4% or 4 teams, and I said, well, it's not much different.
Yeah, no kidding.
If it's been 4 teams ever, it would be 8%. So it's, well, I mean, very unlikely.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
This is what Seth was talking about. This is the guy that was at the podiums, well, the microphone, so to speak, asking Charlie the question as Charlie got gunned down. Now it'll pixelate, and we can play it because I watched it pre. And so thank you, Seth, for sending the pixelate, like the one that we can play, because if it wasn't the pixelated one, we can't play it. It's the most barbaric. I never want to see it again. I never do.
Mm-mm. I saw it by accident, and I can't unsee it. Every time I see him now under that tent, my head goes right to where it was.
It might be, and with today, legacy media not being the only live as it happens source for people to get news or coverage of an event, with people being able to be live on Instagram, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live on, Snap, just all the places that we never had before. Probably prior to this, the most brutal live thing we ever saw might have been the JFK assassination in Dallas.
And that they also had that. Remember when ISIS beheaded that guy and it was posted?
Yes.
That was absolutely brutal. And I walked into Rob's office, and Steve was looking over his shoulder, and I walked around right as it happened. And I'm notorious for not looking at anything grotesque. Gruesome. I don't like it. And so I saw it, and I couldn't unsee that one. And then the same thing happened, Seth, to me with this. I texted my son, Charlie Kirk was shot. And the next thing I know, a group of guys I know, one of the guys obviously is deep into X, sent the video. And I just looked at it, didn't know what I was looking at.
Didn't know what you're getting.
And I mean, Don't if you haven't looked at it, don't look at it. There's no reason to see it. And you're right. The JFK shot, as far as what you were looking at and how they analyze, like shot by shot, minute by second, and it's brutal.
It's the most brutal thing I've ever seen that was broadcast live.
Yep.
And
even I don't even know why I'm throwing this out there.
Please do.
Even more so than 9/11 when the planes went into the building.
9/11 was like catastrophically a bigger event, like but it.
Well, no, I'm just saying it all played out. Like everything played out on TV.
But we didn't see people dying.
I mean, we saw people jumping out of the windows, but they didn't show them splattering all. They had at that point. I don't even think really social media was around much in 2001, was it?
MySpace.
Not a ton of it.
But not available.
There was no X, there was no Twitter, there was none of that like real time, people who had a video at that scene are just posting it immediately and everyone has access to consume it.
And so, 9/11, as you catastrophically watched the airplanes go into the building, you didn't see people heads getting cut off, and probably, I'm sure there's thousands of people, hundreds of people that died upon impact, but the floors weren't cameraed up, and you weren't, you didn't.
It's not like a comparison. I would never try to compare it. They're both such horrible things. I would never try to compare it to 9/11 as far as what the gruesomeness is of it. I'm just as far as like watching something where
Charlie Kirk
someone dies. I've never watched someone die before. I don't like it. It's not a.
The Charlie Kirk thing was so barbaric and gruesome that I was like, oh, this is AI. I really thought it was AI. I did. I'm like, because it looked so fake. It looked so gruesome and fake that there's no way you would think, there's no way that a person could be shot in that manner and that much blood come out. Like it was, like it was almost like a horror movie.
It was,
and they had hooked up a blood hose to the back of his neck and just turned it straight on. Like you didn't think that much blood could come out of a human being in that manner.
No, and I didn't ever want to see that. I mean, and like you, Danny, and you were talking about the injuries and whether there's a spinal cord injury, and all the hunters know that when you use a 30-06, it's got a small entry hole. It's got an enormous exit hole. And so what we were looking at, Bubba, was the exit. And so they're probably, if you think about the size of a neck, it probably blew his spinal cord apart.
But where'd he get shot from? Because if
it's right on the side, like it looked to me like it was side, and then it comes out the other side, the left side. And
I don't know, because
I haven't kept analyzing it. I could literally close my eyes and I can see it.
Here's
the way his body went limp. I feel like it was instantaneous.
Yeah, Dan said that he died instantaneously, and it looked like his spinal cord was severed as well. Here's the guy that was asking the question that Charlie Kirk was answering when he died.
So my name is Hunter. I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk in the middle of the assassination at Utah Valley University.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Right, so it pixelated so you don't see it.
I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that, at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it.
How was the energy whenever you arrived to the event?
Very conservative, for sure. Everyone was very energetic, chanting Trump, chanting USA.
Get comfortable. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
There was a line of liberals on the rooftop who were holding like pride flags and I think some like Palestine flags and things like that. And, there was a little bit of taunting back and forth, but not very out of hand. Most of the debaters were either like asking questions like who's better, LeBron or Jordan, or like some like theological debates about distinctions between like Mormonism and Christians.
That Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God over all. Christ is King.
But also, the event lasted, I want to say 20 minutes, maybe. Like, I really didn't get a good finger on the pulse on what an event would really look like, because, I mean, I showed up fairly early. I was the second person to speak there. So, like, you know, the first person was maybe 10 minutes, and I maybe got, like, less than a minute in.
So there you have it. I mean,
there's another video of him where he's explaining that he doesn't believe that he should have been shot. And I mean, it's pretty remarkable that he was talking to him about transgender mass shootings at the instant that he was shot.
Charlie Kirk.
At first, people were thinking maybe that guy was involved. I don't think so from what I've looked at.
No. The alleged assassin of conservative activist Charlie Kirk lived with a transgender partner. It was claimed last night. Father of two, Kirk, 31, was gunned down Wednesday as he answered a question about transgender gun violence in front of a 3,000-strong-plus crowd at Utah Valley University. Last night, multiple media sources and outlets in the U.S. claimed that Tyler Robinson, age 22, the student who was arrested over Kirk's murder, was living with a partner who was transitioning from male to female. The partner, who shared a 3-bedroom apartment with Robinson in Utah, is said to be fully cooperating with the FBI. The roommate is understood to have handed over text messages allegedly sent to Robinson after the killing, apparently saying where to retrieve the rifle used in the assassination after it was left in a wooded area. So was he asking his partner to go get the rifle?
Yes, allegedly.
And they found I think the rifle was one of the very first things they found. So if you're Johnny Numbnuts, Johnny Furboy, that's going to pick up your lover's rifle, don't think you're not going to get your ass, handcuffed, right? I mean, at that point, something.
Yeah.
Well,
because the rifle was, I guess, hidden under a towel and some leaves or something.
Yeah, the conspiracy after the fact, obstruction. It's not where you want to be.
The shooter was living with a transgender man who is transitioning from a male to a female. The status of the relationship isn't known. They were friends who enjoyed playing video games together. The transgender individual is fully cooperating with police and is not considered a suspect. His name is Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs, age 22. It's unclear if Twiggs is the same person referenced in the reports, and he has not been named in the affidavit. His grandfather, Jerry Twiggs, told the Daily Mail that he was unable to comment on rumors that he is trans and that there was a transgender motive in Kirk's murder. I do not want to commit on that. I am not sure what the situation is exactly right now, he said. Friends told the Daily Mail that Robinson and Twiggs were part of a large group chat of gamer friends, mostly from Robinson's alma mater, Pineview High School, hosted on a chat network, Discord. Now, haven't they gone back now, Lummy, and said that there wasn't anything on Discord?
Correct. Nothing about guns, Charlie Kirk, or anything like that, they said, under his account.
Here's various pictures of...
that's Lance Twiggs.
That's Lance Twiggs, who also is a furry, I guess. Is this part of... I thought that the ABC story was going to play her entire message. I don't know how long
It was a couple... This is only 33 seconds.
Charlie, I promise I will never let your legacy die, baby. I won't. I promise I'll make Turning Point USA the biggest thing that this nation has ever seen. I promise.
And I do think that Turning Point will get bigger, but who are going to be the stars of Turning Point? And I did talk to Alex this weekend, and I said, Alex, this is where you step up and stop doing the goofy town hall, municipality, gays for Palestine, gays, all the goofy stuff that he does, and step up and nobody can be the next Charlie Kirk, but step up and make And because, listen, Alex Stein has some great arguments. He's very much a conservative talking head. He can argue and debate. In fact, he does some of these. Like Charlie's always the headliner, but isn't Alex always like one of the dark matches?
Yeah, he is.
Riley Gaines. He always, oftentimes, had someone with him.
Right. So it's time to step. I told Alex, I said, in my opinion, and you guys collectively, everybody in the room, tell me if you agree. It's time for Alex to switch gears. Stop going to the goofy municipality, trying to, get the Dallas mayor all zipped up on his infidelity and all of that nonsense, and step up and really lean into Turning Point, because you got more eyes on there now, and they're looking for, not that you're going to be the next Charlie Kirk, but he's very Charlie Kirk-like. Yeah. Alex is when he's dialed in.
He's very smart. And to do what he does to make fun of the council members is incredible. And like you said, if he would just shift gears
and go straight political,
like think about your debating in the Oxford Hall, where you see like Ben Shapiro and these people go, including Charlie Kirk, surrounded by hundreds of people that disagreed and hated him, and he could go into that arena and he could debate them with facts and with argument.
Is Alex smart enough? I think
I do. I absolutely do think that Alex is smart enough to do that.
You think Alex is refined and smart enough to pick up, to stop the goofy, the goofy sideshow stuff, and just lean into Turning Point?
I think it's so hard to find a niche and to carve it out, and I believe that the city hall meetings is what got him to where he is. So I don't think he should abandon it all. To go full serious, there's probably a lot more money in that, but yeah. I don't know if that's where his passion is.
See,
I think his passion is where he can get the largest audience and the largest numbers for his various platforms, and I think that right now Turning Point's at a crossroads where you could step up and be a very, very big star in that world that is missing, obviously, their quarterback.
For sure, but I also think, Alex is a man. I believe that he believes the things he's saying. You can't just become the poster boy for the cause of Turning Point USA if you don't have strong convictions in what you believe. And so I think when I've interacted with Alex, that he believes the things that he says. And so is he doing it for monetary purposes? Well, we all try to, have self-interest in doing something monetary, but I think that if he's truly trying to get his message out there, the money follows the message. And I don't know. See what he does.
Charlie, I love you.
She's going to have a big
$20.
Now, does she step up and does she start doing, is she, well, she's a mom, first of all, of two kids, two younger kids. And I don't know that she can step up. And, Charlie was all about the wife stay home and raise the kids, and the man goes out and makes a living.
Yes. Well,
so,
she was one of the big writers behind it always. I just learned in the last 3 or 4 days, and that she's a very, very smart, and she was hugely involved in the writing.
Maybe she manages the franchise, but doesn't have to be a talking head.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in the arms of our Lord as he blankets you with the words I know your heart always strived to hear. Well done, my good and faithful servant.
A couple phone calls, and I got to go to words, and then I'm going to try to call Alex Lummy.
There you go.
Just cold call him.
There you go.
Hello.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. Thanks.
Hey, man, name's Ryan calling from Weatherford, Oklahoma. There's something that's driving me batshit so crazy.
Watch your language, buddy. Watch your language.
I said schnitzel. Schnitzel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. No, I'm keen. I'm not going to get y'all in trouble. So I'm listening on the app, so I don't get to see the vantage point that you guys have. And it's really strange that nobody is talking about, if you're looking from the vantage point of the exit wound, there's a girl wearing white in the crowd, first row, and a guy wearing white holding a cell phone right next to her.
We've talked about that.
He puts that cell phone.
We've talked about that earlier today.
Oh, okay.
We opened up with that today.
Oh.
And that's it. That's one of
Man, I missed you guys right.
Yeah. If I want to go back, you can rewind on on YouTube and various places and catch the first part of the show. But we talked about the various conspiracy theories that are going on, and one of them happens to be that those people might have been involved.
Yeah, because it sure looks like there's a recoil because he pulled something out of the other side of his back pocket. And that's a perfect line of trajectory from what it looks like of the entry to the exit. It's 50. It ain't passing the smell test with me, man.
Appreciate your call, my friend. I'm still of opinion that it was done by the Tyler dude, straight on, 200 yards out, 30-06, one bullet. I'm still of that belief. I'm not quite. I can understand everybody's position of the guys giving hand signals and the guy that lifts the cell phone and various things like that. I want to think that the investigators of the Utah State Police and the FBI and everybody, have looked at all angles involved, and if that was a thing, they would be on it. But it seems like they've put all their eggs in this Tyler Robinson's basket, and I don't think that. I believe him at this point.
No, I mean, he told his furry friend to recover the gun he used. I mean, it's kind of hard to say he probably didn't do it if he.
Right. And they found the gun with one spent casing with 3 unspent casings.
Yeah.
And
FBI tried to hide the trans identity of Charlie Kirk's suspected lover after his chilling forward response to investigators. We'll get into that. And I'm also going to try to call Alex.
Perfect.
Next. So give me a few. Be back in just a second.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
because there's your percentage. If it's 3 of 50, it's 6%.
Yeah, 93 Cowboys, 2001 Patriots, and 2007 Giants.
And all 3 went on to win.
Actually, no.
Not the Giants,
The
right?
93 Cowboys did. The 2007 Giants.
I don't remember the Giants winning in 7. Maybe they did. I thought that was during the Jim Kelly days when they did shit.
No, 2007 Giants. Jim Kelly wasn't there.
Oh no, was that earlier? Way earlier?
No, Jim Kelly was the 93 when they played the Cowboys. So 07 Giants were Eli.
Oh, they did win one around that time.
Yeah, because the 2001 Patriots.
I don't remember what year that immaculate reception was. That's the one they won, right? Where he caught the ball on his head. Eli threw a pass to the guy, and the guy got
2.
Yeah.
Giants got 2. They've got 2, so I don't know if it's that one or.
Good morning, Nick. Double XL, good morning. What's up, White Iced Tea?
Ray says 96 months.
Right back at you, Permagrown. He said, Dave Rock said Eli beat Brady twice, Lummy. Dave Rock said Eli beat Brady twice.
Yeah.
And one of them was like a super snowy one, I remember. And then I think one was the Immaculate Conception on his head. What's up, Mitch? Barry Hyde. Thank you, buddy. Mark is a Mark. What up? Gregory Carroll, good morning. There's so many conflicting reports coming out. I read a report this morning that said that there were a
neighbor said there were out-of-state cars coming to his house for the last couple of weeks before this.
Who, Kirk?
Yeah, that's the shooter. No, not Kirk, the shooter. Tyler's house.
Morning, Scott Starboard.
Who's disappointed? Robert? Everyone's just looking for a motive.
I'm going to talk about the skag dealer near your house.
Okay.
The less of Wesley Chapel.
Yeah.
And just get it to me so I can air check it.
Okay.
That's what I want to know, Jimmy the Bear. Where do you learn how to shoot? What range was he at? Unbelievable, very high. Thank you, Dave.
Gregory Carroll, $20. Which I thank you, Gregory.
Thanks, Gregory.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, Lom, I brought my badass 72-inch Turf Tiger 2 with 3-cylinder Kohler diesel. Had a little bit of, I got like 250 hours on it
nice.
From the track, but it needs I need it to, now it's not in Ocala now, it's down in Pasco County, 250 hours on it, and I actually slipped a belt.
Oh no!
And so Mike's Lawnmower of Ocala, knows that I'm a spokesperson for Skag, so they always take good care of me. Well, I had to find a place, the Skag dealer, kind of near your house.
Oh yeah.
And it's are you familiar with less of Wesley Chapel?
Yeah, right on 54.
30542 State Road 54.
Yeah.
Your official Skag dealer. I also think my buddy Steve from Purple People Movers either works there or is a bigwig there or something. I know the general manager's name is Brian McDowell. Merch Crick dropped off my Skag to get a new set of blades and just to kind of, I think, maybe change the oil and just kind of go through some normal maintenance deal and to fix my I threw a belt. Oh. I think I might have been running a little bit too hard. I was trying to take down some pretty big tall grass, and but I mean that 3-cylinder diesel can usually get through anything. But I think I stretched my belt. I mean, I got 250 hours on it. I think it probably needed a belt change. And so now all my local maintenance will be done through this less of Wesley Chapel. I think they have everything there.
Oh,
Have you been there before?
Yeah, it's pretty much like a superstore for lawn equipment and all kind of equipment.
Including Skag.
Yes.
They're your official Skag dealer. So, yeah, thank you, Brian, for taking care of my badass Skag. It's probably the baddest ass Skag to be in the service department right now. I don't know. I think the 72-inch Turf Tiger 2 3-cylinder diesels are kind of rare. Not a lot of people can
handle it.
Not a lot of people can afford that piece of equipment. That's a big time piece of equipment right there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And thank you to Randy and Maria and all the great people at Skag. If you need a zero turn or a windstorm or a jackal, just go to skag.com and find your nearest dealer. And I don't know. I don't know if we have a Skag-wide 10% Bubba, like Bubba Army discount, but I probably should get with Randy and see if we can do that.
Oh, definitely.
Hi, who's this?
Matt from Charleston.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going? I was listening over the weekend to your Danny Jones podcast. This is great, by the way. You were talking about how you were thinking about going into doing interviews.
Jay watched the entire thing, all 3 hours.
I watched all 3 hours. Did you? It was
yes,
pretty awesome,
I did
right?
Too. It was great. It was great.
Yeah, I loved
the
it.
Podcast and the documentary this weekend was awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much, my friend, for watching both.
Definitely. And I was wondering, is there any way, if you're going to get into interviews, or even if not, it would be great if you could just do just you and Gene Lasker sitting down going through a timeline of Gene Lasker's life.
I think we've done that on the. I think we've done that on the air, but maybe a sit down, maybe more of a formal podcast interview, just me and Gene cutting it up. Maybe even at the podcast table, doing it that way. That might be a pretty good suggestion. Yeah.
And I think just the legend of Gene Lasker can live online in that video, and he can go brag to people about how you can go see his whole life on TV and everything.
Gene Lasker is quite the bragger, my friend. Yes, he is. Great suggestion, my friend. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can get a hold of Alex.
If it goes straight to voicemail, you just got to redial it. He's got that setting turned on. Sometimes.
Is Dallas 1 or 2 hours behind us? Is it 7:30 or 8:30?
They're Central Time.
Okay.
Yeah. He's out and about. Hey, it's Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
Is this Alex?
That's him.
No.
This is Lance.
This is Lance.
It is Lance.
Have you been getting calls from? Has Alex changed his phone number?
That's what I know of.
We were looking for a guy named Alex Stein. Lance, what do you do for a living? I'm a radio show in Tampa, Florida. My name is Bubba. What do you do for a living?
Oh, a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, walking into the meeting. Holler you later.
All right, buddy. See ya. I must have misdialed.
Yeah.
Lance.
Hey.
He handled that pretty well.
And
He did,
just
didn't
for
he?
those scoring at home, he does a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
He's
and
walking into the
and then
meeting
walking
hall.
into a meeting.
Very respectful dialogue.
Most Texans are. I hope this ain't Lance again.
Oh, he's in a meeting.
Come on, Bubba.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
All right, so now I call right back,
Yeah,
right?
call right back, yeah.
I wish I could have kept Lance on a little further.
No, he would.
He was.
A lot of potential there.
He would have owned you, Charlie Kirk style.
He probably would have.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Bub, it's Barry from Largo.
Hey, Barry Largo. How are you?
All right, buddy. Hey, I just wanted to say I watched your documentary on Saturday, and I wanted to say, man, very well done.
Thank
very,
you.
Very well done.
Barry, where did you get it at? Apple TV, Google Play, Prime, Amazon Prime?
Prime.
Yeah, and what
And
was
my wife.
was there things about it that you didn't know, or did you finally say, "Oh my God, Bubba's not been lying all these years"?
No. I knew you were right. I've been listening, like I said, since No Panties Thursday, so I knew you were always right. And to see all the MVPs in there, from Reggie to Brent to Jay to Steve to Kevin, I mean, and to see, like I just told Jay earlier, to see these three guys still walking and working is unbelievable to me.
I like that term, walking and working. Yeah, I mean, there are several people that got away with their perfect, their perfect plan, if you will, and that was to get me removed as competition, get me basically blackballed from the industry, and one of which took my job and still has it to this day. So it worked brilliantly, and it was all a combination of my mess up, their inner workings, and then the system, which is supposed to protect people, victims, if you will, not prosecuting because of the Bubba factor.
Exactly. And like you said, it's the good old boy network. And even my wife, who doesn't really care for you, she watched it with me and she goes, "Oh my God, Bubba got hosed."
Yeah, well, I mean, I get,
Yep.
and Jay will tell you, it's not just that. There's even modern day aspects of Bubba getting screwed over. Some as early as a month ago. Just you wouldn't believe how despised I am in this particular area. And what did I ever really do other than hold people accountable and be the mouth or the
People's hammer.
the hammer for the average guy?
Yep.
And it's really come back to bite me in the ass, so to speak. I'll have to, anything that I do moving forward will have to be digitally. I can never probably reappear on terrestrial radio other than where I am now with AM 820. But I'm the bad guy, and they got away with it. That's just what I can't understand. I just, for the life of me, can't understand how major corporations would allow this to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, and my mind is still blown that these three guys are still doing their thing.
Yeah, in radio, nonetheless. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, man. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Bubba.
All right. The documentary did very well this weekend.
Awesome. Did it?
Yes. The only problem we have is that we thought we were available in the UK and Canada, and I'm getting conflicting reports as to people from the UK and Canada being able to get it or not. I've had a few say they could. I've had a few say they couldn't.
I've had to direct everyone from the Canadian that have asked to go to Apple. They can get it on Apple.
Yeah, so
Only
I guess
place.
if you're in Canada, the only place you can really get it is Apple TV in Canada. I don't know about the UK. I thought the UK was in play too, but that's a good problem to have. I got other countries and people in other countries that want to watch it, so we're going to try to work out those details. You're on the air. Go ahead. Yeah. Hello?
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Rob calling from Arizona. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Rob, Arizona. How are you, buddy?
Doing well. Hey, at this time in our nation, I just want to tell you guys that you guys are awesome. You guys are doing a great job on the air. Thank you for everything that you guys do for the Bubba Army. I'm a first-time caller and I'm a first-time listener only because I've seen you in the past when you worked with TNA and you were alongside Hogan and everything else. I thought you were a jobber, bro. I thought you were a jobber back then. And seeing everything that has transpired over the years and how right you have been all throughout, the Hogan thing, the Hogan lawsuit, I owe you a huge apology.
Well, thank you.
You opened up a lot of people's eyes, and at this, like I said, with everything going on right now in our nation, I mean, we all just need to be respectful to each other, and just have respect for each other. And everybody here that's in Arizona, I want to give a shout out to you guys for carrying on Charlie Kirk. And,
now have you watched the documentary?
As a matter of fact, one of my good friends lives down there in Tampa, Florida, and him and I were talking yesterday, and he told me that I need to watch the documentary, and as soon as my kids go to school this morning, I have it on standby on Google Play, ready to buy at $12.99.
If you are ready to say, that you're sorry for thinking I was an asshole back then, wait till you see this, and you will probably be calling tomorrow saying, and I don't even need, I thank you, sir, for your apology and giving me my flowers, but I think if you think just from the limited knowledge of what you've heard, if you watch this documentary, man, it will blow your mind as to how much I've been screwed.
Please call back tomorrow. I got to know.
What really got to me, though, it was when Brooke called in. I mean, that's when I actually started tuning in. It was right about mid-June, is when you started asking questions about Hogan, and I'm like,
June 18th, never
you know,
forget.
Yeah. And dude, and right then and there is when I started listening. And then when Brooke called in, me and my wife were sitting here listening. And when Brooke called in, her and I looked at each other and our stomachs sunk. Like I was in chat and I was blowing up your chat. I'm like, this is freaking surreal. And right then and there is when we started paying attention and when everything came out. And my buddy, like I said, my buddy that lives down in Tampa, we were talking yesterday and he's like, hey, have you seen the Bubba's documentary yet? And I'm like, no. He's like, bro, you need to watch it. So shout out to Rodney Jenkins out there in Tampa for tuning me onto that too.
Oh,
so,
but do me a favor, sir. Just I got to let you go because I'm running behind. But just promise me one thing.
Go ahead.
No, hold on. Just promise me one thing that tomorrow, about the same time, after having watched that today, that you call me back tomorrow, 9:30ish my time or so,
with another apology.
What? No, not with another apology, but just you'll have some more information to go on, and you will be full hot. I think I just really would like to get your opinion tomorrow after having watched this. If you can call me at the same time tomorrow.
Like I said, I'm here in Arizona, so you guys go on a little bit earlier than I get up. So right when I get up, I'll make sure I give you guys a call. But they're taking up to school here in about 5 minutes. So ETA, about 10, 15 minutes, I'll have that on.
All right,
so
and then
thank you guys.
Call us tomorrow, okay, bud?
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
I appreciate you guys. Hey, have a great Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
There's some times of the year where it doesn't get dark in Phoenix, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's the sun stays out for 3 months.
6 months.
That's why they're called the Phoenix Suns.
That's right. How'd you know that, man? That's all.
I did a little research over the weekend. Thank you. Yeah, they're having Charlie Kirk Memorial at Cardinal Stadium.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
In St. Louis?
No, Arizona.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Did you see where they put Franco in a mental hospital?
Oh yeah.
And did you know that he only got probation?
For hooking up with the kid. Up with the kid.
Yeah. So, like, it was 2 years. It was 2 years probation. So, like, would he be eligible to come back, and play if he satisfies that?
No one's signing a guy that had a relationship with a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not he was found guilty.
Right.
I just don't know.
It's a land.
I was asking if Wander Francos has a chance to still play.
He only got a 2-year probation.
I don't think the MLB's going to touch him, though.
Yeah.
I think he'll be playing in the Mexican League. I'd find it hard for even the Japanese teams to pick him up.
Oh, yeah, they probably wouldn't.
He would love it over there, though.
What are they saying Patel fucked up on with regards to?
Well, when he announced that they had the suspect in custody or whatever the verbiage was initially,
right?
That's what people were mad about. Press conference on Friday also sucked.
Right. Oh, it was stupid. Didn't tell us anything.
The governor did. Patel was thanking the Buffalo chapter of the FBI.
I know. And the Pittsburgh one.
I know.
Was there a $1.1 million?
Yeah, that's what the father should get.
I thought the $100,000 was a little light.
Okay. You want to send an email?
Steve,
Well, we just have like format we can send you an email.
we're starting to minute.
Because there's a couple different ways.
I'm not. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. For like that's it all depends. You know, like every day, weekly, monthly.
Oh man, Joe Burrow's toe is fucked.
Is it? What happened to us? I didn't see the play.
They had turf toe, which like
Did he have it going in?
I don't know. He's out 3 months. It's
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
If they're trading for Shador.
He needs surgery.
You know, one of the only times my dad got mad at me about like Vinny Testaverde, I was making fun of his turf toe, and he's like, "That's a real injury," because it just sounds like such a weak thing.
Oh,
and
no,
apparently,
it's
it's really, really painful.
Very bad.
I didn't know, dude.
Dion had to have 2 of his toes amputated because of it.
Right? It's brutal, apparently.
I thought Joe Burrow.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, don't forget, available at Google Play, Amazon Prime, and Apple TV. You just got to type in Video Killed the Radio Star Movie. It'll come up. In some instances under new releases, in some instances under documentaries, but it's doing well. And thank you to everybody that bought it and watched it.
Have you heard from anybody that you haven't heard from in a while that checked it out?
No, I really haven't. Other than just I created on our Facebook page. I created a thread of people that have watched it and give me your opinion. I think there's like 200 or 300 comments on there of the people that have watched it and liked. I've tried to write back to several of them. So no, I've nothing but great things, and it continues to do well. So and I'm continuing to do podcasts and promote it and things like that. So hopefully it continues to grow. And I think that they are in the process of getting a few more distribution places, one of which is pretty sexy. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, this is Quackenbush from upstate New York again. How are you, man?
Good, Quackenbush.
I watched that movie. It was great. Absolutely loved it. I just got to ask one question, though. Why can't they... Is it like double jeopardy to go after these guys again that did you wrong?
No, that
did the whole country wrong?
Statute of limitations. You know, there's only... You know, most of this went down in 1617 with regards to the FBI takedown, and then Cox actually settled with Hogan, I think, in 2020. So that would have been the last, the last action within this file, if you will. And I think there's a 5-year statute of limitations on extortion. And so, yeah, it's pretty much timed out. There's nothing they can really do.
On the theft part of it, also, like they literally stole their thieves.
Yeah, again, it's
That was the easy one.
Yeah.
That was the one that was like, here's the tape. Here's someone trying to broker $300,000 for the tape.
Here's people that have been arrested by the FBI.
It's they admit it's not theirs.
I think that's actually your part of the doc when you say you got it on a silver platter. You had people in a hotel room brokering it. Arrest them. I think that's kind of similar to your lines.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
When
it still bothers me.
Yeah.
Just as an attorney, just as you know, it's going to sound cheesy, but there are those of us that become lawyers, obviously to have a good living. But once you become a lawyer, you should take your ethical duty very seriously. And
you're an officer of the court.
I am an officer of the court. And so for me, I didn't know all of that at the time. And when I learned that, I was so furious. If there's anything that people have told me about my part in the movie is that they can see that it's a conviction of mine and that I'm really upset by what did not happen. And to this day, I still remain perplexed.
Documentary.
Say it again?
You could definitely see that in the documentary, how upset you were that justice wasn't served. You could definitely see that.
And it wasn't only Jay, but it was the former federal, the guy from, was it Mr. Goss? And everybody's, mostly attorneys, everybody's common theme was, why did you let these people get away with this? Why? And it goes, I think you can answer that, just like I can answer that, just like anybody can answer that. It's because it was me.
You're a bad victim, Bubba.
That's not the way the legal system is supposed to work. Nope. I'm supposed to be protected as much as you are, sir, as much as Seth is, as much as Seth's wife is. We're all supposed to have equal protection. And I'm not equally, protected here in this area.
I thought you did a really good job explaining that your rights were trampled on. Like, I think my wife, who doesn't know anything about the Bubba world or the Bubba Army, we watched that last night, and even she said, I don't understand, the things we were just talking about, but why he doesn't have the same rights as every other person. I think you drove that home pretty well.
And just
the only criticism that I have for that whole documentary is when you said last week it maybe could have been 15 minutes shorter, I think when it got into the Trump part of it, and I'm a Trump guy, I didn't understand the connection. It took a long time for me to understand the connection with Cohen and that other lawyer guy. It was just a little muddled. My wife didn't understand it at all.
It's just simple. They used the tape. With Keith Davidson, they never prosecuted him. But when they needed Keith Davidson to flip and give them information on Michael Cohen, they went to Keith Davidson. He told them to pack sand, and they said, okay, we're going to go ahead and remember that no pros, how we let you off on that tape in Tampa. We still got 3 years of statute of limitations. We got 3 years of meat on that bone. Either you flip on Cohen and give us all correspondence you've had with him, or we're going to go ahead and re-arrest you in Tampa and make the charges stick this time. So he laid down and gave him all of his correspondence he had with Cohen. They were able to go to a federal judge and show the judge, we don't need to go on a fishing expedition. We know exactly what we're looking for. And Cohen flipped on Trump and testified against him.
And you know what I think could have been,
like you explained that perfect right there.
Yeah, it could have been highlighted a little bit. I think in the documentary, I think what maybe was lost is that Keith Davidson represented Stormy Daniels. President Trump was prosecuted for allegedly paying off Stormy Daniels to Keith Davidson. And it wasn't an alleged payoff. It was not a campaign finance thing. And that was the 34 counts, the 34 felonies. And so this dude represented Stormy Daniels. And the federal government had access. He was a cooperating witness, according to his testimony. And I don't remember anyone asking, what did you get in return for your cooperation?
Oh,
Mr. Davidson?
I didn't get arrested in Tampa.
What? Did anyone, every single criminal trial, if there's a cooperating witness, you find out what the basis of the cooperation is, and then as a lawyer, you exploit that and you try to impeach the credibility of the witness. Of course they're going to say this. They're getting a reduced sentence. They were in the jail cell next door for rape and murder, and of course they're going to say whatever they can. And so why does no one know that this connection existed until this documentary? That's what's mind-boggling to me.
Including Trump. Yep. So anyway, listen, buddy, appreciate you. I'm running late.
Love you, Bubba. Love you, bud.
Thank you, buddy.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, they're forced to.
What's up, Cable Dog?
Chip Jones. What up, White Ice Tea? Good morning. Flying the Italian flag, thank you, brother. I'll take the American flag, too.
Anybody watch this show, The Studio, with Seth Rogen? It won 13 Emmys last night.
What?
Yeah.
Did it really?
Yeah. I vaguely heard about it.
13 fucking Emmys.
Yeah, it was up for 23.
And that none of us have actually heard of it, and that we're in the pop culture business?
It's tough with shows, Jay, because there's so many on so many networks.
I know.
Like this is obviously probably should have been something that we were aware of, but it's hard to keep up with all the shows these days.
I agree. I'm just hearing about that Fallout show, and my kid watched the whole series, a couple years old, and apparently that was up for a bunch of Emmys, and I never even heard of it.
Fallout show.
It's about like end of the world stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like it's sort of funny and sort of serious. More funny. Thank you, White Ice Tea. That's it. What's up, Jay Baller?
What's up, White Ice Tea?
Thank you, buddy.
I got a Peacemaker to catch up on.
I still got 3 seasons of Suits.
Bubba, let him off the hook with the Suits, man. He doesn't have to power through
No,
that.
he needs to power through those.
I've almost made all the seasons.
Then there's a whole new entire.
I know. It's just I don't like redo.
Don't get to the new one.
No, I don't like redo.
Yeah, the new one sucked. I tried it.
Give it another shot, dude. I really am enjoying it.
You're not watching it.
Louis Lippett is unbelievable.
Oh, okay.
Louis Lip's not on the new one.
They talk about him.
I hate to sound my age.
They talk about him that he's at the other office. Man, there was a good 3 days straight we were doing deep Suits talk. Oh, man.
What up, Jay Bowler?
Morning, Brady.
What's up, John Costica? Hope you had a good weekend, buddy.
What's up, Johnny K?
Hey, we didn't talk about sports or Hulk Hogan today, fuckers.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Yeah, fuckers. Dirt Merchant? Mm-hmm. Suck Dirt Merchant, you're two.
$2 Willie.
He's a $2 Willie.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I wanted to end the show with this representative from Texas, this Yasmin
Crockett.
Oh my God! What idiotic district does she represent, and who would ever put her in place? Baffles me. This is her opinion on ICE.
But as somebody who understands history, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols.
What?
So let me just play it again, and she makes sure that she pre-qualifies it by saying she understands history.
But as somebody who understands history, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Now, I never lived through the slave patrol period, but if you know the history of policing in this country, then you understand that they were born out of slave patrols.
If you look at ICE, ICE is captivating and arresting and catching people that came to our country on their own accord, that came into our country illegally. If you look at slave patrols, that slavery were people that were brought to this country out of their control,
against their will.
They were not. They didn't say, "Hey, who all wants to go to America and be locked up? Okay, come on over." No, actually, what happened was African American leaders in various parts of Africa would catch African Americans and then sell them to Americans. We would bring the ships over there, and they would, we didn't catch them. Their own caught them. And they weren't here because they wanted to be here. Now, when ICE patrol goes on patrol and they're wrangling up illegal immigrants, those immigrants, we didn't go to El Salvador, we didn't go to Mexico, we didn't go to Venezuela, we didn't go to Colombia, we didn't go to Argentina, we didn't go to Honduras, we didn't go to these places that these immigrants have come from and round them up against their will and bring them to our country. These people all migrated to our country on their own. So when we're rounding them up, we're rounding up people that came here on their own accord. Not were faced, not were shackled, captured.
Well, and just the term rounding them up, what they're doing is enforcing existing law that's existed for decades. And so when you're dehumanizing people when you compare them to Nazis or slave owners or slave runners. I mean, it's the most offensive language of all.
But as somebody who understands history.
Do you? Do you understand history?
When I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Now, I never lived through the slave patrol period. But
what an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Tom Brady said on Fox that he will be at the Chargers-Raiders game tonight and plans to announce something very special that he's been working on for a very long time. As I end the program, is there anybody that can think about potentially what Tom Brady could announce that's supposedly huge that he's been working on for a long time? Seth Kushner, you're the most sports savvy guy here.
I don't think it'll be anything anybody cares about, if that's okay to predict.
Like maybe a new protein shake or something like that?
Bubba, unless he's about to suit up for the Raiders tonight, I don't know. I don't know what he can say that.
Anything short of that is going to be a nothing burger.
Yeah.
What about coaching?
No.
You don't think he's headed that way?
No, who would?
Okay, that's my prediction. I could be wrong.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.